Born in 1889 into one of Europe's wealthiest families, Wittgenstein seemed destined for engineering. Instead, he became arguably the most influential philosopher of the 20th century. His impact reaches far beyond academic philosophy, touching linguistics, cognitive science, artificial intelligence, mathematics, psychology, and even how we think about art and religion. But here is what makes Wittgenstein truly different. Most philosophers build grand systems and defend them for life. Wittgenstein built a system so elegant it claimed to solve all philosophical problems, then spent the rest of his life showing why that entire approach was fundamentally mistaken. His work centers on one deceptively simple question. What is the relationship between language, thought, and reality? This might sound abstract, but consider this. Every argument you have ever had, every misunderstanding, every confusion about what something means, every philosophical puzzle, every scientific theory traces back to this relationship. If we get language wrong, we get everything wrong. We begin with the early Wittgenstein and a book he believed ended philosophy forever. Part 1. The Tractatus and the Picture Theory, when Wittgenstein thought he solved philosophy. In 1921, 3 years after completing the manuscript while a prisoner of war, Wittgenstein published a slim book of just 75 pages. The Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus is one of the most cryptic and influential works in Western philosophy. He genuinely believed this book had solved all philosophical problems that could be solved. Everything else, he thought, was just confusion about language. The book opens with 7 main propositions, each numbered with sub-propositions that drill deeper. This mathematical structure was not decoration. It reflected Wittgenstein's belief that philosophy should have the precision of logic. Let me give you the beating heart of the Tractatus. Wittgenstein proposed what philosophers call the picture theory of language. Here is the core idea. Language works by picturing reality. Think about a photograph. A photograph represents a scene because the arrangement of elements in the photo corresponds to the arrangement of elements in reality. If there is a tree to the left of a house in reality, the photo shows this same spatial relationship. Wittgenstein argued that meaningful sentences work exactly the same way. Take the sentence, "The cat is on the mat." For this sentence to be meaningful, it must picture a possible state of affairs. The structure of the sentence, with cat related to mat by on, mirrors the structure of reality, where a cat relates to a mat by being on top of it. The sentence shares a logical form with the fact it represents. This seems simple, but the implications are staggering. First, Wittgenstein concluded that the world consists of facts, not things. The world is not a collection of objects floating around. It is the totality of facts, of states of affairs that obtain. The cat is on the mat is not about 2 separate objects, but about a fact, a configuration of reality. Second, for language to picture reality, there must be something language and reality share, logical form. This is not something we can say directly, Wittgenstein argued. It shows itself. You cannot step outside language to describe how language relates to reality, because any such description would itself be in language. Logical form is the limit of what can be said. Third, and this is where it gets radical, any sentence that cannot picture a possible state of affairs is literally nonsense. Not false, not wrong, but meaningless. Consider the sentence, "The number 7 is green." This does not picture any possible state of affairs. Numbers cannot have colours in the way the sentence suggests, or take "goodness is above evil." Where exactly? In what space? The sentence has grammatical form, but no logical form corresponding to reality. And here is the devastating conclusion Wittgenstein drew. Most of philosophy consists of sentences that look grammatically correct but picture nothing. Questions like, what is the meaning of being? Or does the soul exist? Or is beauty objective? Cannot be answered because they cannot be asked properly. They are pseudo-questions, arising from misunderstanding how language works. Let me give you a concrete example that shows why this theory seems so powerful. Consider the philosophical debate about whether universals exist. Plato argued that when we call multiple things red, there must be an abstract form of redness that exists independently. Nominalists argued that only particular red things exist, and redness is just a name we use. Wittgenstein would say this entire debate is confused. The sentence, "redness exists," does not picture any state of affairs. You cannot point to where redness is the way you can point to a red apple. The debate arises because we mistake grammatical form for logical form. We think because redness is a noun like apple, it must refer to something the way apple does. But this is a language trap. The implications cascaded through every area of philosophy. Ethics? Wittgenstein argued that ethical statements cannot picture facts about the world, so they are literally inexpressible. When we say murder is wrong, we are not describing a fact about murder the way murder causes death describes a fact. Ethics lies outside the world of facts in the realm of value, which language cannot capture. This does not make ethics unimportant, Wittgenstein emphasized. It makes ethics too important for words. Metaphysics? Questions about the ultimate nature of reality, about substances and essences, about what exists beyond experience, all nonsense. Such questions try to say what can only be shown. Philosophy itself? If philosophy's job was to answer these questions, then philosophy has no job. The proper task of philosophy, Wittgenstein concluded, is clarification. Philosophy should show that most philosophical problems arise from misunderstanding our language. The book ends with one of the most famous sentences in philosophy. What we cannot speak about, we must pass over in silence. This was not anti-mystical. Wittgenstein deeply believed in the mystical, the ethical, the aesthetic. He just thought these realms transcended language. Trying to speak about them produces only confusion. Now, let me show you why this theory seemed irresistible to many brilliant minds. The logical positivists of the Vienna Circle seized on the Tractatus with enthusiasm. Thinkers like Moritz Schlick and Rudolf Carnap saw in Wittgenstein's work a way to finally put philosophy on scientific footing. They developed what they called the verification principle. A statement is meaningful only if it can be verified empirically or is true by definition. Everything else, including theology and metaphysics, is meaningless. Bertrand Russell, one of the 20th century's greatest logicians, wrote the introduction to the Tractatus. He recognized its brilliance even while disagreeing with parts of it. Russell saw that Wittgenstein had pushed logical analysis further than anyone, showing how complex propositions break down into simple ones that directly picture reality. The theory also seemed to explain something puzzling: why mathematical truths feel necessary. Wittgenstein argued that mathematical propositions are tautologies, true by virtue of their logical form alone. 2 + 2 = 4 does not picture any fact about the world. It is a transformation showing that different symbols express the same thing. Mathematics says nothing about reality, but shows the logical scaffolding underlying all saying. But even as the Tractatus gained influence, problems emerged, and Wittgenstein himself began to see them. Here is the first major problem, and it is devastating. The Tractatus itself violates its own criteria for meaningfulness. The book makes claims about the relationship between language and reality, about logical form, about what can and cannot be said. But by its own logic, these claims do not picture possible states of affairs. They try to say what can only be shown. Wittgenstein knew this. He called his own sentences elucidatory. He compared them to a ladder you climb and then throw away once you have ascended. You use the nonsensical sentences to see clearly, then recognize them as nonsense. But this is deeply unsatisfying. How can nonsense elucidate anything? How do we know which nonsense to take seriously and which to dismiss? The second problem concerns the nature of elementary propositions. Wittgenstein argued that all complex propositions break down into elementary ones that directly picture atomic facts, but he never gave a clear example of an elementary proposition. When pressed, he couldn't say what counts as truly atomic. Is "the cat is on the mat" elementary, or does it break down further into propositions about molecular structures and spatial coordinates? This was not a minor technical detail. It struck at the foundation of the theory. If we cannot identify what counts as elementary, how do we know the picture theory applies? How do we know language has the structure Wittgenstein described? Third, the picture theory seems to work well for certain sentences, but fails for others. "The cat is on the mat" seems to picture a state of affairs. But what about "there are no elephants in this room"? Negative facts are strange. What state of affairs does a negative sentence picture? The absence of something? But absences do not seem to be facts in the world the way presences are. Or consider general statements like "all cats are mammals." This does not picture a single state of affairs, but ranges over potentially infinite cases. How does the logical form of this sentence correspond to reality? Or probability statements. "It will probably rain tomorrow." What possible state of affairs does this picture? It is not definitely raining or definitely not raining in the picture. Fourth, and this troubled Wittgenstein deeply, the theory seemed to drain language of human meaning. Real language is rich with metaphor, emotion, social context, ambiguity. We comfort, promise, joke, threaten, question, command. The picture theory seemed to capture only one thin slice of language: factual description. It left out almost everything that makes language meaningful to humans. Here is a concrete example that shows this problem. Consider Shakespeare's line, "All the world's a stage." By the picture theory, this is either nonsense or it is a false empirical claim. The world is not literally a stage with curtains and actors, but clearly this metaphor is deeply meaningful. It expresses something profound about the human condition, about performance and authenticity, about life's theatrical quality. Wittgenstein's early philosophy had no room for this kind of meaning. It could not explain why poetry moves us, why religious language matters to believers, why legal language shapes social reality. The debates among scholars about the Tractatus remain fierce. Some interpreters, call them the austere readers, argue that Wittgenstein meant the ladder metaphor literally. The Tractatus is deliberately nonsense, designed to show the limits of sense. Once you see clearly, you throw away the whole book, including its positive doctrines. Philosophy ends not in theories, but in silence. Others, the substantial readers, argue that the Tractatus advances real claims about language and reality. The book is not mere therapy, but systematic philosophy. The picture theory is a genuine theory we should evaluate on its merits. This debate matters because it shapes how we read Wittgenstein's later work. Did he abandon a failed theory, or did he abandon the very idea that philosophy should produce theories? There is also fierce debate about what influenced the Tractatus. Was Wittgenstein primarily influenced by Russell's logical atomism, by Frege's philosophy of language, by Schopenhauer's metaphysics, by Tolstoy's religious writings? Each reading yields a different Wittgenstein. Let me give you the most charitable understanding of what the Tractatus achieved before Wittgenstein himself rejected it. The book showed, perhaps more clearly than any work before it, that many philosophical problems arise from confusion about language. Not all philosophical problems, but many. It demonstrated that clarifying what we mean, getting clear about the logical structure of our claims, can dissolve rather than solve certain puzzles. The Tractatus also articulated a powerful idea. Language has limits, and recognizing these limits is itself philosophically important. There are things we cannot say, and trying to say them produces only confusion. This does not make those things unreal or unimportant. Most importantly, the Tractatus established that understanding language is central to understanding thought and reality. Philosophy cannot proceed without examining its own medium. This insight shaped 20th century philosophy more than any other single idea. But Wittgenstein himself came to see the Tractatus as fundamentally misguided. Not wrong in its details, but wrong in its entire approach. And that realization led to his second, even more revolutionary philosophy. A philosophy that did not just reject the picture theory, but rejected the whole idea of building philosophical theories. To understand that transformation, we need to see what happened to Wittgenstein after the Tractatus. He thought he had solved philosophy, so he gave it up. He became an elementary school teacher in rural Austria, a gardener at a monastery, an architect. He lived simply, gave away his inherited fortune, sought a life of practical work. But philosophy pulled him back. In the early 1930s, he returned to Cambridge and began teaching. His students noticed something remarkable. He was teaching against his own earlier work. He was not refining the Tractatus, but dismantling it piece by piece. And what emerged was not a new theory to replace the old one. It was a radically different way of doing philosophy altogether. One that would prove even more influential and even more controversial than his first revolution. Part 2. The Return to Philosophy. What changed Wittgenstein's mind. For nearly a decade after publishing the Tractatus, Wittgenstein stayed away from philosophy. He truly believed he had finished the subject. So what brought him back, and more importantly, what made him realize his entire first philosophy was wrong? The story begins with conversations. In 1927, Wittgenstein started attending meetings of the Vienna Circle, that group of philosophers and scientists who had embraced his Tractatus. But something strange happened. As they discussed his work, explaining what they thought he meant, Wittgenstein grew increasingly uncomfortable. The Vienna Circle wanted to use the Tractatus to eliminate metaphysics and build a scientific worldview. They loved the idea that meaningful statements must be verifiable. But Wittgenstein had never said quite that. He had said some things cannot be said, but he insisted they were still deeply important: the mystical, the ethical, the aesthetic. The Vienna Circle treated these as simply meaningless, not worth discussing. This misunderstanding started a process of self-examination. Had he really meant what they thought he meant? Was the picture theory actually correct? But the real catalyst came from an unexpected source: a conversation with the Italian economist Piero Sraffa. Sraffa made a Neapolitan gesture, brushing his chin with his fingertips outward, a gesture meaning something like, "I couldn't care less," or "What's it to you?" Then Sraffa asked Wittgenstein, "What is the logical form of that?" This simple question shattered the Tractatus. The gesture clearly has meaning. Anyone who understands Italian culture knows what it communicates. But what state of affairs does it picture? What is its logical form that corresponds to reality? The gesture does not describe or represent anything the way "the cat is on the mat" does. It performs a social act. It expresses an attitude. It does something in the world rather than picturing something about the world. Wittgenstein realized that most of our language works more like Sraffa's gesture than like simple declarative sentences. We do not just describe reality. We warn, promise, command, question, joke, insult, comfort, threaten, marry, christen ships, declare war, and countless other acts. The picture theory could not account for any of this. Around the same time, another problem emerged from his teaching. In Cambridge, Wittgenstein began working with students on actual examples of how we use words. He asked them to consider ordinary language in ordinary contexts, and a pattern emerged. Words do not have single fixed meanings that picture reality. They have families of related uses that shift with context. Take the word game. What is the essence of a game that makes something a game? Is it competition? But solitaire has no competition. Is it winning and losing? But when a child throws a ball against a wall for fun, there is no winning or losing. Is it following rules? But children making up a game as they go are still playing a game. Is it entertainment? But professional chess players work at their games. There is no single feature common to everything we call a game. Instead, there are overlapping similarities, what Wittgenstein came to call family resemblances. Just as members of a family might share various features, some having the same nose, others the same eyes, others the same walk, but no single feature common to all, words apply to things that share various overlapping similarities without any essential core. This destroyed the Tractatus assumption that words must have precise meanings corresponding to reality. Language is messier, more flexible, more context-dependent than he had thought. A third realization came from watching children learn language. The Tractatus assumed that for language to work, there must be a logical connection between words and reality, that somehow the structure of language mirrors the structure of the world. But children do not learn language by being taught logical forms. They learn by being trained in practices. A parent points to a dog and says, "Dog." The child learns to use the word dog not by grasping its logical form, but by participating in activities, by hearing it used in contexts, by being corrected when they use it wrong, by seeing reactions when they use it right. Language is learned as we learn to walk or eat with utensils, through immersion in a form of life. This led Wittgenstein to a radical conclusion. Meaning is not correspondence to reality. Meaning is use. Let me unpack what this means, because it is the cornerstone of his later philosophy. When we ask, what does this word mean, we are really asking, how is this word used? The meaning of dog is not some abstract dog essence, or even the set of all dogs. The meaning is the role the word plays in our language, the practices and contexts in which we deploy it. Consider the word pain. The early Wittgenstein might have thought pain gets its meaning by picturing an internal state, a mental event of hurting. But the later Wittgenstein asked, how do we actually use the word pain? Children learn pain by being taught to replace crying with words. When they fall and cry, adults say, "Does it hurt?" and teach them to respond. We use pain to request help, to explain behavior, to gain sympathy, to describe sensations, to diagnose medical conditions. The word is woven into practices of comforting, treating, and understanding each other. Now, this sounds simple, but it has explosive consequences. If meaning is use, then there is no single correct meaning floating in some abstract realm. There is no essence of meaning independent of how we use words. Different communities can use words differently, and both be correct within their practices. Wittgenstein also realized that he had been bewitched by an overly simple model of how language works. He had assumed all meaningful language works like names and descriptions. This made sense, for the cat is on the mat, but it made philosophy blind to the incredible variety of what we do with words. He began to see philosophical problems themselves differently. In the Tractatus, he thought philosophical problems arose from trying to say the unsayable. Now he saw them arising from something else, from language going on holiday. What does this mean? When we do philosophy, we take words out of their ordinary contexts where their use is clear. We ask abstract questions like, what is time, or what is knowledge, or what is the self? These words work perfectly well in everyday life. We know what it means to be on time, to know your neighbour's name, to find yourself in a mirror. But when we strip away the context and ask these grand questions, the words spin freely, no longer tethered to practices that give them meaning. The philosophical problems are not deep mysteries about reality. They are confusions about language that arise when we forget how words actually function. Let me give you a concrete example that Wittgenstein used himself. Philosophers have long debated, what is time? Augustine famously said, if no one asks me, I know what time is, but if I'm asked to explain it, I do not know. This puzzlement has generated thousands of pages of philosophy. But Wittgenstein would ask, when does the word time actually confuse us in ordinary life? Almost never. We know what it means to be on time, to waste time, to have a good time, to time a race. The word works perfectly in its home contexts. Confusion arises only when we ask the abstract question stripped of context. But what is time, really? The question itself creates the confusion. We are looking for an essence, a deep truth about time's nature. But there may be no such thing to find. There are just the various ways we use the word time in our practices. The philosophical problem dissolves when we look at actual use. This new approach led Wittgenstein to abandon the idea of creating a theory. The Tractatus was a theory. Language pictures reality. Here is how it works. Here are the consequences. But theories, he now thought, are precisely what philosophy should avoid. Why? Because reality is too diverse, language is too flexible, and life is too complex for any theory to capture. Every theory oversimplifies. Every theory forces reality into a mold. What philosophy should do instead is describe. Look at how language actually works in diverse contexts. Notice patterns. Remind ourselves of what we already know, but tend to forget when doing philosophy. This was not a retreat to mere description. It was based on a deep conviction. Philosophical problems do not require new information or better theories. They require clearer vision of what is already before us. Imagine someone confused about how chess works, asking, "But what is a knight really?" You would not give them a theory of knight essence. You would show them how the knight moves, what role it plays in the game, how it differs from other pieces. You would describe its use. Confusion would clear not by discovering knight nature, but by clear description of knight function. Wittgenstein saw all philosophical confusion working this way. Now, this transformation was not sudden. It happened gradually through the late 1920s and early 1930s. Wittgenstein returned to Cambridge in 1929, submitted the Tractatus as his doctoral thesis, though it had been published 8 years earlier, and began teaching. His teaching style was remarkable and unlike anything in academic philosophy. He did not lecture from notes. He thought out loud, worked through problems with students, often fell silent for long periods, wrestled visibly with ideas. He made students feel they were witnessing philosophy being done rather than hearing finished results. During these years, he covered his blackboard with examples, ordinary cases of language use, asking students to notice what actually happens when we speak. These discussions formed the basis of what would eventually become his second masterwork, Philosophical Investigations, published after his death in 1953. But the transition was painful. Wittgenstein wrote in the preface to Philosophical Investigations that he had to acknowledge grave mistakes in his earlier work. For someone who had thought he solved philosophy, admitting his system was fundamentally wrong required intellectual courage few philosophers possess. The change also isolated him. The Vienna Circle felt betrayed when he rejected their interpretation of his work. Traditional philosophers found his new approach too unsystematic, too focused on ordinary language, not rigorous enough. Even students who loved the Tractatus sometimes felt lost when he turned against it. Yet Wittgenstein pressed on because he believed something important was at stake. Philosophy had gone wrong by trying to be like science, seeking theories and explanations. But philosophy's job is not to explain, but to clarify, not to discover, but to remind, not to theorize, but to dissolve confusion. There is a beautiful metaphor Wittgenstein used for this new conception of philosophy. Philosophy should be like showing a fly the way out of the fly bottle. The fly is trapped, buzzing against the glass, unable to escape. But the bottle is open at one end. The fly does not need new information or a theory of bottle nature. It needs to see what is already there, to be shown the obvious exit it keeps missing. We are like that fly when we do philosophy. We are trapped in confusions, buzzing against problems that seem deep and intractable. But often the way out is simple. Look at how we actually use words. Remember the contexts that give them meaning. See the obvious we have overlooked. This approach would soon produce some of the most powerful arguments in 20th century philosophy. Arguments that challenged how we think about mind, meaning, knowledge, and reality itself. Arguments that still divide philosophers today. But before we get to those arguments, we need to understand the full picture of how this later philosophy works. We need to see language games, the concept that replaced the picture theory as the key to understanding language. Part 3. Language Games and Meaning as Use, the Revolutionary Turn. If the picture theory was Wittgenstein's first revolution, the concept of language games was his second, and in many ways it was even more radical. The Philosophical Investigations opens with a quote from Augustine describing how he learned language as a child. Augustine says adults would point to things and say words, and he learned that each word names a thing. This seems natural, obvious even. But Wittgenstein saw in this apparently innocent description a deeply misleading picture of how language works. Augustine's account assumes language is primarily about naming and describing, that words are tags we attach to objects and concepts. This picture, Wittgenstein argued, bewitches us into misunderstanding almost everything about language. To break this spell, Wittgenstein introduced one of his most famous concepts, language games. The term is deceptively playful. But Wittgenstein was not suggesting language is trivial, or that we are just playing around. He chose the word game deliberately because games have certain features that help us understand language. First, games have rules, but these rules are not based on some deep logical necessity. They are conventions we adopt. In chess, bishops move diagonally. Why? There is no reason in the nature of bishops or diagonals. It is simply the rule of the game. Similarly, words have conventional uses, not because they must correspond to reality in a certain way, but because these are the practices we have adopted. Second, we learn games by playing them, not by studying theories of games. A child learns chess not by first understanding game theory, but by moving pieces and being corrected. Similarly, we learn language by participating in language games, by using words in social practices. Third, there are many different games with different purposes and different rules. Chess, poker, football, solitaire, ring around the rosy, these are all games, but they work completely differently. Similarly, language consists of many different language games with different purposes and different rules. Now, let me show you what a language game is with Wittgenstein's own examples. Imagine a simple scenario. A builder and an assistant are constructing a building. The builder calls out slab, and the assistant brings a slab. The builder calls block, and the assistant brings a block. The builder calls pillar, and the assistant brings a pillar. This is a complete language game. It is primitive, but it is genuinely linguistic. The words have meaning not because they picture reality, not because they name essences, but because they function in a practice. The assistant knows what slab means because he knows what to do when he hears it. Now expand this. The builder adds number words, 2 slabs, then colour words, red block, then words like there while pointing. Each addition makes the language game more complex, but the principle remains the same. Words mean what they do in the game. But notice something crucial. There is no single thing called meaning that all these words share. Slab functions as a command or request. 2 specifies quantity. Red describes a property. There indicates location. Each plays a different role in the practice. This is what Wittgenstein meant by meaning is use. The meaning of a word is not an object it names or a concept it expresses or a picture it corresponds to. The meaning is the role the word plays in the language game, what we do with it, how we use it in our practices. Let me give you a more complex example to show the power of this idea. Consider the word know. Traditional epistemology asks, what is knowledge? What distinguishes knowledge from mere belief? Philosophers have debated for millennia whether knowledge requires certainty, what justification means, how we can know anything about the external world. But Wittgenstein would say, look at how we actually use know in different language games. I know how to ride a bicycle means I have a practical skill. Test me by watching me ride. I know it is raining means I can see or hear the rain. My knowledge is based on perception. I know 2 + 2 = 4 means I have mastered a mathematical rule. The question of how I know makes no sense here. I just know because I understand mathematics. I know Paris is in France means I have learned a geographical fact. I might have learned it from maps, books, or travel. I know he is in pain means I see his behaviour and respond appropriately. I do not infer an inner state from outer signs. I simply see the pain in his face and actions. Each use of know functions differently. There is no single essence of knowledge underlying all these cases. There are family resemblances, overlapping similarities, but no common feature. The philosophical question, what is knowledge really, arises from thinking there must be a single thing called knowledge, but there is not. There are just diverse uses of the word know in diverse practices. This approach revolutionized how philosophers could address traditional problems. Let me show you with one of philosophy's oldest puzzles, skepticism about other minds. The problem goes like this. I know I have sensations, thoughts and feelings because I experience them directly. But I can never experience your sensations, thoughts and feelings. I only see your behaviour. So how can I know you are not a sophisticated robot or philosophical zombie, acting conscious but actually empty inside? Descartes worried about this. Many philosophers have tried to solve it with arguments by analogy. I see you behaving like I do when I am in pain, so you probably feel pain too. But this seems weak. The analogy is based on a single case myself and generalized to everyone else. Wittgenstein dissolved the problem rather than solving it. Look at the language game we play with psychological words. When do we teach a child the word pain? We do not teach them to name a private inner sensation. We teach them to replace natural expressions of pain, like crying, with learned expressions, like saying, "It hurts." We say, "Does it hurt?" when they fall. We teach them to tell us when they are hurt so we can help. The word pain gets its meaning from being woven into these social practices of responding to injury, seeking comfort, explaining behavior, getting treatment. Now, here is the key point. For this language game to work, there cannot be doubt about whether others feel pain. The language game presupposes that others feel pain. If we really doubted it, we could not teach the word because there would be no reason to ask, "Does it hurt?" or say, "I am sorry that hurt." The skeptical question, "How do I know others have minds?" tries to introduce doubt into a context where doubt makes no sense. It is like asking in the middle of a chess game, "But how do I know we are really playing chess?" The question undermines the very practice that gives the question its terms. This does not mean solipsism is false in some traditional philosophical sense. It means the skeptical question is malformed. It arises from taking psychological language out of the language games that give it meaning and treating it as describing hidden inner objects that might or might not exist. Now, this approach has a powerful consequence. There are as many language games as there are activities humans engage in with words. We play language games when we give orders and obey them, when we describe objects by appearance or measurements, when we construct an object from a description, when we report events, when we speculate about events, when we form and test hypotheses, when we present results in tables and diagrams, when we make up stories and read them, when we act in plays, when we sing songs, when we guess riddles, when we make jokes and tell them, when we solve problems in arithmetic, when we translate from one language to another, when we ask, thank, curse, greet, pray. This is just a small sample. The list is open-ended because human practices are open-ended. New language games can be invented as new activities arise. The language game of computer programming did not exist 300 years ago. The language game of texting with abbreviations and emojis is even newer. Each language game has its own standards of correctness, its own purposes, its own rules. What counts as correct in the language game of giving scientific explanations differs from what counts as correct in the language game of telling jokes. In science, we value literal truth and precision. In jokes, we value surprise, timing, and humour, sometimes at the expense of literal truth. This leads to a crucial insight. There is no universal standard of meaning that applies across all language games. The mistake of many philosophers, including the early Wittgenstein, was to think there must be one correct way language relates to reality. But language relates to reality in as many ways as there are language games. Let me show you how this applies to a contemporary debate, the meaning of religious language. Traditional debates ask, are religious statements like God exists true or false? Atheists say false, theists say true, and everyone assumes they are debating factual claims about reality like electrons exist or unicorns do not exist. But Wittgenstein suggests religious language might be playing a different language game entirely. When a believer says, God loves me, they might not be making a factual claim about an invisible being's emotional state. They might be expressing trust, orienting their life, finding meaning in suffering, committing to certain values. Religious language might function more like, "I promise to be faithful," than like, "There are 9 planets." A promise is not true or false, it is kept or broken. It performs an action rather than describing a state of affairs. This does not make religious language meaningless or reduce it to mere emotion. It has meaning in the language game believers play, in their practices of worship, prayer, ethical living, communal identity. Asking whether religious claims are literally true might be like asking whether a chess move is true. It misunderstands the game being played. Now, this interpretation of Wittgenstein on religion is controversial, and we will return to it. But it shows how the language game concept opens new ways of understanding diverse discourses. However, and this is critical, Wittgenstein was not a relativist. He did not think that because there are many language games, anything goes. Each language game has internal standards of correctness. In the builder's language game, if the assistant brings a block when the builder says slab, the assistant is wrong. Not wrong according to some external standard, but wrong within the game they are playing. The rules of the game determine correctness. Similarly, in the language game of giving scientific explanations, there are standards: empirical evidence, logical consistency, predictive power. Someone who violates these standards is not just playing a different game, they are playing the scientific game incorrectly. But here is where it gets complicated. What if someone rejects the scientific language game altogether? What if they say, "I am not playing your game of empirical evidence, I am playing the game of intuition and mystical insight"? Wittgenstein's answer seems to be, then we cannot argue, because argument presupposes a shared game. At some point, justification comes to an end, and we can only say, this is what we do. There are bedrock practices, ways of acting and speaking that are not justified by anything deeper. They are simply our form of life. This introduces one of Wittgenstein's most important and controversial concepts: forms of life. A form of life is the broader context in which language games are embedded. It includes not just linguistic practices, but ways of acting, valuing, responding, living. Language games are woven into forms of life the way individual moves are woven into a game. For example, the language game of promising makes sense only within a form of life, where people recognize obligations, where there is a future people plan for, where social cooperation matters. Creatures without these features could not have the practice of promising, even if they made promise-like sounds. Forms of life are not chosen or justified. We are born into them, trained into them, and they form the unquestioned background of our practices. When Wittgenstein says, "If a lion could speak, we could not understand him," he means that a lion's form of life is so different from ours that even if it made sounds, we could not grasp what those sounds meant, because meaning depends on shared practices embedded in a form of life. This is deep and unsettling. It suggests that at the foundation of our language and thought there is no rational justification, no logical necessity. There is just what we do, our form of life, which is given, not justified. Now, let me show you the problems and criticisms this view faces, because they are serious. First, if meaning is just used in language games, how do we explain misunderstanding? When two people use a word differently, are they just playing different language games, but both correct within their games, or is one of them wrong? Consider a concrete case. A child says, "I know there is a monster under my bed." An adult says, "You do not know, you just believe or imagine." Are they playing different language games with "know," or is the child using "know" incorrectly? If they are playing different games, then the adult cannot correct the child, just introduce them to a new game. But surely the adult is doing more than that. They are teaching the child what "know" really means. This suggests there is a standard beyond individual games. Second, the language game approach seems to make philosophy impossible. If philosophy's job is to describe language games, not evaluate them, then how can we ever say a language game is confused or problematic? Consider the language game of astrology. People say Mercury is in retrograde, so be careful with communication. They use this language in practices of interpreting events, making decisions, finding meaning. Is Wittgenstein committed to saying astrology is fine within its own game? Many philosophers argue Wittgenstein's approach is too conservative, too accepting of existing practices. It cannot criticize, only describe. But surely philosophy should be able to say some practices are based on confusion or error. Third, how do we identify language games? Where does one game end and another begin? Are all uses of "know" part of one big knowledge language game, or are there hundreds of separate knowledge games? Wittgenstein never gave a clear criterion for individuating language games. This makes the concept frustratingly vague. It is a useful metaphor, but is it a rigorous philosophical tool? Fourth, and this is perhaps the deepest problem, the language game approach seems to make meaning too social and conventional. What about individual creativity, novel uses of language, poetry that breaks rules? When Shakespeare writes the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, he is not following established use. He is creating new meaning. How does Wittgenstein account for this? If meaning is just use and use is social practice, where does linguistic innovation come from? Some defenders of Wittgenstein argue he can handle these cases. Language games are flexible and evolve. Novel uses build on existing practices by extending them in new ways. Shakespeare's metaphor works because we already understand slings, arrows, fortune, and outrage, and we can see the creative connection. But critics respond that this still makes individual creativity derivative of social practice, when it seems to be something more fundamental. Fifth, there is a worry about relativism. If each language game has its own standards and forms of life are ultimate, how can we ever say one form of life is better than another? Consider a culture with a practice of human sacrifice. Within their language game and form of life, the practice makes sense, has meaning, serves purposes. Can Wittgenstein say it is wrong? Or must he say it is correct within their form of life? Wittgenstein himself seemed troubled by this. He clearly thought some things were right and others wrong. He lived an intensely ethical life, giving away his fortune, refusing academic honours, seeking truth with painful honesty. But his philosophy seems to undermine the possibility of cross-cultural ethical judgment. His response, as far as we can tell from scattered remarks, was that he was not doing ethics, but describing how language works. Ethics is lived, not theorized. But this response feels evasive to many critics. Sixth, scholars debate whether Wittgenstein's later philosophy is truly non-theoretical. He claimed to offer no theories, only descriptions. But is not the language game concept itself a theory of meaning? Is not meaning is use a theoretical claim? Some interpreters argue Wittgenstein's methodology was self-undermining. He wanted to avoid theories but ended up proposing an alternative theory. Others argue he succeeded in being purely descriptive, but then question whether pure description can accomplish what philosophy needs to accomplish. Despite these problems, the language game concept transformed philosophy. It influenced ordinary language philosophy, the movement associated with J.L. Austin and others at Oxford. They analysed how words function in ordinary contexts, showing that philosophical puzzles often arise from ignoring these contexts. It influenced speech act theory, the study of how we do things with words, how language performs actions like promising, commanding, declaring. It influenced the philosophy of science, with thinkers like Thomas Kuhn arguing that scientific paradigms are like language games, with internal standards that shift when paradigms change. It influenced anthropology, psychology and linguistics, encouraging attention to how language works in social practices rather than abstract systems. Most importantly, it changed what questions philosophers ask. Instead of "what is the essence of X?", philosophers now ask "how do we use the word X in different contexts?" Instead of seeking definitions, they seek descriptions of practice. Instead of building theories, they clarify confusions. But the language game concept was just one part of Wittgenstein's later philosophy. He developed a series of arguments that challenged fundamental assumptions about mind, meaning, and knowledge. The most famous and controversial of these was the private language argument, an argument so subtle and complex that philosophers still cannot agree on what it says or whether it works. Part 4. The private language argument. Why you cannot have your own language. Imagine you invent a language that only you can understand. You have a sensation, let us say a particular kind of pain, and you decide to call it S. Every time you have this exact sensation, you write S in a diary. No one else knows what S means because no one else can feel your private sensation. This is your private language. Most of us think this is not just possible, but obviously true. We have private thoughts, private feelings, private experiences that others cannot directly access. Why couldn't we have private words for them? Wittgenstein argued this is impossible. The private language argument, found in sections 243 through 315 of Philosophical Investigations, claims that a language understandable by only one person is incoherent, and this argument, if successful, demolishes huge portions of philosophy and common sense. Let me build the argument carefully, then show you why it matters so much, then examine whether it actually works. The argument starts with a simple question. What makes S meaningful? What makes it the case that when you write S, you are using the symbol correctly or incorrectly? Your first answer might be S means whatever sensation I'm having right now when I first define it. I create a mental connection between the symbol and the sensation. Later, when I use S again, I compare my current sensation to the memory of that original sensation. If they match, I am using S correctly. If they do not, I am using it incorrectly. This seems straightforward, But Wittgenstein saw a devastating problem. How do you know you are remembering the original sensation correctly? You might say, I just check my memory. But memories can be wrong. Maybe your memory has shifted, and what you now remember as the original sensation is not what you actually felt. You might respond, but I know when my memory is reliable. But how? What is your standard for checking whether your memory of the sensation is accurate? Here is the problem. In a public language, we can check our memories against external standards. If I am not sure whether I am remembering the word cat correctly, I can ask others, check dictionaries, observe what people call cats. There is a public practice that determines correctness. But in your private language, there is no external standard. You cannot ask anyone else whether you are using S correctly because no one else knows what S means. You cannot compare your use to any public practice. All you have is your impression that you are using it the same way, your memory of the original sensation. But now comes the crucial move. If there is no external standard, no way to check whether you are right, then the distinction between using S correctly and merely thinking you are using it correctly collapses. Whatever seems right to you is right, but when whatever seems right is right, there is no such thing as right anymore. Wittgenstein puts it this way. One would like to say, whatever is going to seem right to me is right, and that only means that here we cannot talk about right. Think about what this means. For a word to have meaning, there must be a distinction between correct and incorrect use. In chess, a move is legal or illegal according to the rules. Without rules, there is no such thing as a legal or illegal move, there is just moving pieces around. Similarly, without a standard for correct use independent of your impression of correctness, S has no meaning. You are not really following a rule when you use S, you just think you are. But thinking you are following a rule is not the same as actually following one. Let me make this concrete with one of Wittgenstein's examples. Imagine you want to know what time a train leaves. You look at a timetable in your imagination. Whatever time you imagine is the time the train leaves according to your imagined timetable. But this is not really consulting a timetable. A real timetable can surprise you, tell you something you did not expect, be right when you thought it was wrong. An imagined timetable just confirms whatever you imagine. Your memory of the original sensation is like an imagined timetable. It cannot serve as a standard because it changes to fit what you think it should be. There is no difference between correctly remembering the sensation and merely thinking you remember it correctly. Now, this argument has immediate and radical consequences. First, it challenges Cartesian philosophy. Descartes built his entire system on the certainty of his own mental states. I think, therefore I am. My own thoughts and sensations are what I know most directly and certainly. Everything else could be an illusion, but I cannot doubt my own pain, my own thoughts. But Wittgenstein's argument suggests this is backward. We do not learn language by naming private experiences and then extending it to public things. We learn language through public practices, and only then can we apply it to our private experiences. When you learn the word pain, you do not learn it by introspecting a private sensation and attaching a label. You learn it by being trained to replace crying with words, to tell others when you are hurt, to respond to others' pain. The meaning of pain is constituted by these public practices. Second, it challenges the idea of private mental objects. We commonly think of thoughts, sensations, and feelings as private objects in an inner mental space that only we can access. The private language argument suggests this picture is confused. There are no private mental objects that we name with words. Rather, psychological language gets its meaning from its role in our public practices of interacting with others, explaining behavior, expressing feelings, seeking help. Third, it challenges theories of meaning based on mental content. Many philosophers think words get their meaning by being associated with mental contents, ideas or concepts in the mind. Dog means what it does because it is linked to the idea of dog in my mind. But the private language argument suggests mental contents cannot ground meaning. If they are private, there is no standard for using words correctly. Meaning must be public, grounded in shared practices. Now, let me show you why this argument is so controversial by presenting the main objections. First, many philosophers argue Wittgenstein confuses certainty with correctness. Yes, I cannot be certain my memory is accurate, but that does not mean there is no fact of the matter. Either my current sensation matches the original, or it does not, regardless of whether I can be certain. Consider pain. When I am in pain, I am certain I am in pain. I cannot doubt my own pain the way I might doubt whether it is raining outside. Does not this show that some private mental states are directly known? Wittgenstein would respond that this certainty is not like the certainty of following a rule correctly. When you say, "I am in pain," you are not using a rule to identify a private sensation. You are expressing pain, manifesting it in language rather than crying. The certainty is not epistemic, not a matter of knowing something for sure. It is behavioral, a matter of natural expression. But critics find this response question-begging. It assumes what needs to be proved, that pain language is not referential but expressive. Second, some philosophers argue that private languages are possible, even if we do not actually have them. The argument shows at most that we cannot know we are using a private language correctly, not that private languages are impossible. Saul Kripke, one of the most important interpreters of Wittgenstein, pushes this further. He argues the private language argument is actually part of a much more general skeptical argument about rule-following that threatens all meaning, not just private meaning. We will examine this in the next part, but the key point is that if Kripke is right, the private language argument proves too much. It would show that even public language is impossible. Third, phenomenologists and philosophers of consciousness argue that we do have direct access to our own mental states in a way we do not have access to external objects. When I am in pain, I do not infer that I am in pain from my behavior. I directly feel it. This direct acquaintance seems to give me a special relationship to my own sensations. Wittgenstein might respond that direct acquaintance does not provide a standard for correct application of concepts. Even if you are directly acquainted with your pain, this does not tell you whether this pain is the same type as a previous pain. Sameness requires a criterion, and criteria are public. But again, critics argue this is assuming that all concepts require public criteria, which is precisely what is in question. Fourth, there is debate about what exactly the argument is supposed to show. Some interpreters think it shows private languages are logically impossible, a matter of conceptual necessity. Others think it shows they are merely impractical or unknowable, but not strictly impossible. This matters because if private languages are merely impractical, we might still have private concepts, even if we cannot express them in language. The argument would not threaten the idea of private mental content, only private linguistic content. Fifth, and this is fascinating, some contemporary philosophers of mind use the private language argument to support materialist theories of mind. If we cannot have private mental content independent of public behavior, then mental states must be identical to or constituted by behavior and brain states that are publicly observable. But other philosophers use the same argument to support anti-reductionist views. If meaning cannot be reduced to private mental content, maybe mental states cannot be reduced to brain states either. Maybe psychological language is autonomous, not reducible to any more basic level. Wittgenstein would likely reject both interpretations. He was not offering a theory of mind at all, materialist or anti-materialist. He was dissolving confusions about how psychological language works. Let me show you a practical application that illustrates both the power and the problems of the private language argument. Consider discussions of qualia in philosophy of mind. Qualia are the subjective, qualitative aspects of experience, what it is like to see red, to taste chocolate, to feel pain. Many philosophers think qualia are private and ineffable. I cannot know what your experience of red is like, only mine. Frank Jackson's famous knowledge argument imagines Mary, a scientist who knows everything physical about colour vision, but has never seen colours herself. She has lived her whole life in a black and white room. When she finally sees red for the first time, does she learn something new? If yes, then there are facts about experience that cannot be captured by physical knowledge. Qualia are real and non-physical. The private language argument challenges this whole setup. What does it mean to say Mary learns what red is like? If this is supposed to be a private qual that she names, then the naming is incoherent by the private language argument. There is no standard for whether she is correctly identifying the same quale on different occasions. But defenders of qualia respond that Mary is not creating a private language. She is just having an experience. The private language argument might show she cannot create words for her private qualia, but it does not show the qualia do not exist. This debate continues unresolved. It shows how the private language argument connects to contemporary issues in philosophy of mind, but also how controversial its implications remain. There is another application worth considering: artificial intelligence. If we build a machine that processes information and produces outputs, does it understand language the way we do? Chinese room thought experiment by John Searle imagines a person in a room following rules for manipulating Chinese symbols without understanding Chinese. The person receives Chinese questions and produces Chinese answers by following an instruction manual, but has no idea what the symbols mean. Searle argues this shows computers cannot genuinely understand. They just manipulate symbols syntactically without semantic understanding. But Wittgenstein's view suggests understanding is not a private mental state anyway. Understanding is exhibited in use, in the ability to go on correctly in a practice. If the machine can participate appropriately in language games, responding correctly to varied contexts, then it does understand, regardless of what is happening inside. This interpretation makes the private language argument relevant to current AI debates. It suggests that consciousness and inner experience might not be necessary for genuine understanding, as long as the system can engage in the right practices. But of course, this too is controversial. Many philosophers think Wittgenstein would reject this interpretation as missing the importance of form of life. Machines do not share our form of life, so they cannot genuinely participate in our language games, no matter how sophisticated their behavior. Let me be honest about where I think the private language argument succeeds and where it fails. It succeeds in showing that meaning cannot be purely private, grounded solely in private mental contents to which only one person has access. For a word to be meaningful, there must be standards of correct use, and these standards require something beyond individual impression. This is a genuine insight. It succeeds in challenging Cartesian philosophy's assumption that we know our own minds with special certainty that grounds all other knowledge. The relationship between language and experience is more complex than Descartes thought. It succeeds in showing that we learn psychological language through public training, not by naming private experiences. This has real implications for how we understand concepts like pain, thought, and intention. But it fails, or at least overreaches, if it claims to show that private experiences do not exist, or that we cannot think about our own experiences in ways that are not fully expressible publicly. There seems to be something right about the idea that I have a special relationship to my own pain that I do not have to yours. The private language argument might show I cannot build a language on this relationship, but it does not show the relationship does not exist. Moreover, the argument seems to prove too much. If taken to its logical conclusion, as Kripke argues, it threatens not just private language, but all meaning. And that brings us to the next topic: the rule-following considerations and the deepest problem in Wittgenstein's philosophy. Part 5. Rule-following and the skeptical paradox. The deepest problem. In 1982, Saul Kripke published a book called Wittgenstein, on rules and private language. It presented what Kripke called the most radical and original skeptical problem that philosophy has seen to date. The problem concerns something so basic we never question it: following rules. We follow rules constantly, mathematical rules. 73 plus 57 equals 130. Linguistic rules, the plural of dog, is dogs. Logical rules: if all men are mortal and Socrates is a man, then Socrates is mortal. Social rules: say thank you when someone helps you. Following rules seems simple. You learn a rule, then you apply it to new cases. But Wittgenstein asked a question that opened an abyss. What is it to follow a rule? Let me build the problem slowly, because it is subtle and devastating. Consider addition. You have learned the rule for addition, the plus function. You have computed many sums. 2 plus 2 equals 4, 5 plus 7 equals 12, and so on. Now, someone asks you to compute a sum you have never computed before: 68 plus 57. You immediately respond, 125. Why? Because that is what the addition rule tells you. You are following the rule you learned. But here is the question Wittgenstein forces us to confront. What makes it the case that the rule you learned was addition rather than some other rule that agrees with addition on all past cases but diverges on this new case. Let me make this concrete with Kripke's famous example. Suppose there is a bizarre function called quaddition, written as plus but working differently. Quaddition says x plus y equals x plus y if both are less than 57. But if either x or y equals or exceeds 57, then x plus y equals 5. So by quaddition, 2 plus 2 equals 4, 5 plus 7 equals 12, just like addition. But 68 plus 57 equals 5, not 125. Now, here is the terrifying question. How do you know you learned addition rather than quaddition? Your first response might be, because I was taught addition, not quaddition. My teacher showed me how to add. But what did your teacher actually show you? A finite number of examples, 2 plus 2, 5 plus 7, and so on. These examples are consistent with both addition and quaddition. You might say, but addition is the natural simple rule. Quaddition is bizarre and artificial. But this assumes there is a fact about which rule is natural before we apply it. The question is what makes addition the rule rather than quaddition, not which rule we find more natural. You might say, I meant addition when I learned the rule. My mental state, my understanding, my intention was directed at addition, not quaddition. But this is where the problem deepens. What is this mental state that constitutes meaning addition? Is it an image in your mind? But no image can determine infinitely many cases. Any finite image is consistent with multiple rules. Is it a formula? But formulas need interpretation. The formula add 1 could mean add 1 in the normal sense, or it could mean add 1 until you reach 1000, then add 2, then add 3. The formula itself does not determine its application. Is it an inner voice telling you what to do? But how do you interpret the voice? The voice says add, but does it mean addition or quaddition? At each step we need something to determine what we mean, but everything we appeal to needs further interpretation. We fall into what philosophers call an infinite regress. Interpretations require interpretations, which require interpretations forever. Wittgenstein puts it starkly. This was our paradox. No course of action could be determined by a rule, because every course of action can be made out to accord with the rule. If no fact about you, your mental states, your past behavior, your training determines which rule you are following, then there is no fact of the matter about what you mean. When you say plus, you do not really mean anything determinate. There is no fact that makes your answer of 125 correct rather than 5. This is not just about addition. It applies to every rule, every word, every concept. When you use the word dog, what makes it the case that you mean dog, rather than some concept that applies to all past dogs but will apply to cats in the future? If Wittgenstein is right, there are no facts about meaning. Meaning is impossible. Language is impossible. Thought is impossible. This is the skeptical paradox, and it seems to destroy everything. Now, Wittgenstein did not leave us here. He offered what he called a solution to the paradox, though dissolution might be a better word. The mistake, Wittgenstein argued, is looking for a fact that constitutes following a rule. We think there must be something, some mental state, some interpretation, some formula that makes it the case that we mean addition. But this is wrong. Following a rule is not a matter of interpretation or mental states. It is a practice, a way of acting embedded in a community. You follow the addition rule correctly, not because of some private fact about what you mean, but because your behavior accords with the practices of your community. When you say 68 plus 57 equals 125, you are right, because that is what competent calculators in your community say. If you said 5, you would be corrected. Rules are not rails that guide us from within. They are practices we are trained into, maintained by communal agreement and correction. There is no deeper fact about meaning beyond this social practice. Wittgenstein gives a powerful example, a student learning the rule add 2. The teacher writes out examples. 2, 4, 6, 8. The student continues. 10, 12, 14. So far, so good. But then the student writes 1000, 1004, 1008. The teacher says, "No, that is wrong. You should write 1002. The student responds, "But I did the same thing. I added 2. The student interpreted add 2 as meaning add 2 up to 1000. Then add 4. This interpretation is consistent with all the examples the teacher gave. So why is the student wrong? Not because of some fact about what add 2 really means independent of practice. The student is wrong because that is not how we use add 2. The teacher corrects the student, trains them into the correct practice. Through repeated correction and reinforcement, the student comes to go on the way the community goes on. This is what rule following is, shared practice, maintained by training, correction and communal agreement. There is no deeper foundation. At this point, you might object. But surely there is a difference between really following the addition rule and just doing what my community happens to do. What if my community is making a mistake? Wittgenstein's response is radical. At some point, justification comes to an end. We act without justification, not because we are irrational, but because justification requires shared practices as its foundation. At the bottom, there is just what we do. He writes, "If I have exhausted the justifications, I have reached bedrock, and my spade is turned. Then I am inclined to say, this is simply what I do." This is deeply unsettling. It suggests that the foundations of logic, mathematics and language are not rational but social. There is no way to step outside our practices and justify them from some neutral standpoint. We are always already within a form of life, acting in ways that need no justification because they make justification possible. Now, let me show you why this is both powerful and problematic. The power is that it avoids the skeptical paradox without appealing to mysterious mental facts. We do not need to find something that makes it the case that we mean addition rather than quaddition. We just need to see that meaning is constituted by communal practice. It also explains how we learn rules. We do not learn them by grasping abstract meanings. We learn them by being trained, by being corrected when we deviate, by being rewarded when we conform. Children learn to add not by understanding what addition really is, but by doing addition problems until they can go on correctly. It explains agreement. Why do we all agree that 68 plus 57 equals 125? Not because we all grasp the same abstract rule, but because we have been trained into the same practice. Agreement in practice comes before agreement in opinion. But the problems are severe. First, it seems to collapse correctness into agreement. If following a rule correctly just means doing what the community does, then the community cannot be wrong. Whatever the community agrees on is correct by definition. But surely sometimes whole communities get things wrong. If everyone in a community started saying 2 plus 2 equals 5, they would be wrong, not correct by virtue of agreement. Kripke sees this problem and tries to address it with what he calls the skeptical solution. He argues that Wittgenstein is not giving us truth conditions for meaning claims, but assertability conditions. We assert that someone means addition when their behaviour generally accords with our practice, but there is no fact of the matter about what they really mean. But this is deeply revisionary. It suggests we should give up on the idea that meaning statements are true or false. When we say you mean addition by plus, we are not stating a fact, just indicating that you are following our practice. Many philosophers find this unacceptable. It turns meaning into a social construction rather than a real feature of the world. Second, the solution seems to make innovation impossible. If rules are just communal practices, how can individuals ever diverge from the community and be right? How can geniuses discover new mathematical truths that everyone else initially rejects? When Andrew Wiles proved Fermat's last theorem, he was initially the only person who believed the proof was correct. Was he following the rules of mathematics? On Wittgenstein's view, this seems hard to say. He was not doing what the community was doing, because no one else had proven the theorem. Yet he was right, and eventually convinced others. Defenders argue that Wiles was still working within mathematical practice, just extending it in novel ways. He used established techniques and concepts, just combined them creatively. His proof could only be recognized as correct because it connected to existing practice. But this feels like it diminishes individual rationality and discovery. Third, there is circularity worry. We explain meaning in terms of rule following, and we explain rule following in terms of communal practice. But what is communal practice? It is people following shared rules. We are going in a circle. Wittgenstein might respond that this is not vicious circularity, but recognition that meaning, rules and practices are interconnected and cannot be reduced to anything more basic. We should not expect foundationalist explanations that reduce complex phenomena to simple atoms. Fourth, the solution seems relativistic. Different communities might have different practices, hence different rules, hence different meanings. Is there any way to say one community is right and another wrong? Consider a community that reasons with different logic, rejecting the law of non-contradiction. By Wittgenstein's view, they are not wrong, just playing a different language game. But surely they are wrong. The law of non-contradiction is not just our practice, it is a rational necessity. Or is it? Wittgenstein challenges us to show why the law of non-contradiction is necessary apart from the fact that it is deeply embedded in our practices. And this is hard to do without begging the question. Fifth, scholars debate whether Kripke's interpretation is correct. Many argue that Kripke's Kripkenstein is a creative misreading of Wittgenstein. They claim Wittgenstein never endorsed meaning skepticism, not even to dissolve it. These interpreters argue that Wittgenstein thought the skeptical paradox arose from a confused picture of meaning, and his point was to show the picture is confused, not to offer a skeptical solution. Rule following is neither a matter of private mental facts nor social convention, but a primitive phenomenon that cannot be reduced or explained. On this reading, Wittgenstein is quietist. He wants to show that traditional questions about what grounds meaning are confused and should be abandoned, not answered. But this interpretation faces its own problems. If Wittgenstein offers no account of rule-following at all, what positive contribution is he making? How does his work help us understand meaning? Let me give you a practical domain where these issues matter. Law. Legal reasoning involves following rules, applying statutes and precedents to new cases. But legal rules are often vague or ambiguous. What does cruel and unusual punishment mean? What counts as free speech? Formalist judges think rules have determinate meanings that can be discovered through interpretation. There are right answers to legal questions, even if we disagree about them. Legal realists argue that rules radically underdetermine outcomes. Judges decide based on policy preferences, then rationalize with legal reasoning. Rule following in law is largely illusion. Wittgenstein's rule-following considerations suggest a middle position. Rules do constrain, but not fully determine outcomes. Legal reasoning is a practice with standards of correctness internal to the legal community, but these standards are not grounded in determinate rule meanings. Judges follow practices of legal reasoning, and these practices evolve through communal agreement. This helps explain both why legal disputes are real disagreements with correct answers, and why those answers are not simply read off from the rules. It is a genuinely Wittgensteinian contribution to legal philosophy. Here is another application: artificial intelligence and machine learning. When we train a neural network on data, it learns patterns and can generalize to new cases. Is it following a rule? If so, which rule? Traditional approaches assume the network learns some mathematical function that maps inputs to outputs. But the rule-following considerations suggest this is too simple. The network's behavior might be consistent with infinitely many functions, just as our behavior is consistent with addition and quaddition. What determines which function the network really learned? Not facts about its internal states, because those states can be interpreted multiple ways. Not facts about what we intended when we trained it, because intentions face the same problem. Maybe there is no fact of the matter about which function the network learned. It just behaves in certain ways that we find useful. This has implications for AI safety. We cannot guarantee the system will generalize correctly because there is no correct way to generalize independent of practice. Let me be honest about my assessment of the rule-following considerations. I think Wittgenstein identified a real and deep problem: how finite training determines infinite application, how past instances constrain future behavior, how rules guide without interpretation. These are genuine puzzles. His positive account, emphasizing practice and training over mental facts, captures something important about how we actually learn and apply concepts. Meaning is indeed more social and practical than traditional philosophy recognized. But I am not convinced his solution avoids skepticism as successfully as he hoped. The worry that communal practice cannot ground genuine correctness persists. There seems to be a difference between everyone agreeing on something and something being true, and Wittgenstein's account struggles to capture this difference. Moreover, the account seems overly conservative, unable to explain rational criticism of existing practices or cross-cultural evaluation. Perhaps the deepest issue is this. Wittgenstein wants to dissolve philosophical problems by showing they rest on confused pictures of how language works. But his own positive descriptions often seem to smuggle in philosophical commitments of their own. He wants philosophy to be purely therapeutic, curing us of confusion, but his therapy looks suspiciously like theory. This tension runs through all of his later philosophy and brings us to his explicit conception of what philosophy should be. Part 6. Philosophy as Therapy. Dissolving problems rather than solving them. Most philosophers try to solve problems. They ask questions like, what is justice and does free will exist? What is the nature of reality? And they propose answers, build arguments, defend theories. Wittgenstein thought this entire approach was fundamentally misguided. Philosophy should not solve problems, but dissolve them. Most philosophical problems are not deep puzzles about reality, but confusions about language that therapy can cure. He wrote, "The real discovery is the one that makes me capable of stopping doing philosophy when I want to. The one that gives philosophy peace so that it is no longer tormented by questions which bring itself in question." This is a radical reconception of philosophy's task. Let me show you what it means and why it matters. Traditional philosophy assumes there are philosophical truths to be discovered. Plato sought the form of the good. Aristotle investigated the nature of substance. Descartes tried to find a secure foundation for knowledge. Kant explored the structure of human understanding. Each proposed theories, grand systematic accounts that explain domains of reality or experience. And philosophy progresses by evaluating these theories, finding problems, proposing better theories. But Wittgenstein came to think theories are precisely what philosophy should avoid. Why? Because philosophical theories inevitably oversimplify. They try to capture complex, diverse phenomena with simple formulas. They force reality into conceptual molds that distort rather than illuminate. Consider the theory that knowledge is justified true belief. This seems like a nice, simple theory of what knowledge is. But then Gettier showed that you can have justified true belief without knowledge through certain contrived cases. So philosophers added conditions. Knowledge is justified true belief plus X, where X is whatever blocks Gettier cases. But there are always new counterexamples. No formula fully captures all and only cases of knowledge. Why? Because knowledge is a family resemblance concept used in diverse ways, in diverse contexts. There is no essence of knowledge to be captured in a theory. The mistake is thinking we need a theory at all. Instead, Wittgenstein suggests we should describe how we actually use the word knowledge in different language games. This descriptive approach does not seek a theory, but reminds us of what we already know, but tend to forget when doing philosophy. Philosophical problems, Wittgenstein argued, arise from specific errors in how we think about language. The first error is thinking all words work the same way, typically as names. We see that dog names an animal and unconsciously assume justice names an abstract entity, pain names a sensation, two names a number. But words function in vastly different ways. This creates philosophical puzzles. If justice names something, where is it? In a Platonic realm? In human conventions? What is its nature? These questions arise from the mistaken assumption that justice must work like dog. The second error is thinking meaning must be something hidden beneath the surface. We see people using words correctly and think there must be something, a mental state, an essence, a definition that explains this correctness. So we look for the hidden meaning, the real truth behind ordinary use. But meaning is not hidden. It is right there in the use. Everything we need to understand meaning is publicly available in how people use words in practices. Philosophy goes wrong when it looks for something hidden rather than attending to what is obvious. The third error is craving generality. We want simple universal rules that apply everywhere. But reality is messy and diverse. Different contexts require different approaches. The craving for generality leads us to impose false unity on genuine diversity. The fourth error is thinking philosophical questions reveal deep ignorance that research can cure. When we ask, "What is time?" or "What is the self?" we think we are ignorant of times or the self's nature, that investigation will reveal truths about them. But Wittgenstein suggests these questions arise not from ignorance, but from confusion. We already know what time is in the practical sense. We can tell time, talk about time, plan for future times. The puzzlement arises only when we ask the philosophical question, stripping away the contexts that give time its meaning. Given these errors, what should philosophy do? Wittgenstein offers several metaphors for philosophy's proper role. Philosophy should assemble reminders for a particular purpose. It should remind us of obvious facts about how we use language, facts we know but forget when philosophizing. Philosophy should show the fly the way out of the fly bottle. It should liberate us from confusions we are trapped in, not by solving deep problems, but by showing the problems we're confused to begin with. Philosophy should be a battle against the bewitchment of our intelligence by means of language. Language misleads us with false analogies, hidden assumptions, grammatical traps. Philosophy fights this bewitchment by making us aware of how language actually works. Philosophy should bring words back from their metaphysical to their everyday use. When philosophy takes words like time, mind, or meaning out of context and asks abstract questions, words go on holiday. Philosophy should return words to their working contexts. The philosopher should treat questions like illnesses. Different confusions require different therapies. There is no single method, no grand theory. Each case needs careful diagnosis and appropriate treatment. Let me show you this therapeutic method in action with a concrete example: the problem of other minds. The traditional problem: how do I know other people have minds? I know I have thoughts and feelings because I experience them directly, But I cannot experience your thoughts and feelings. I only see your behavior. So how do I know you are not a mindless automaton? Traditional solutions include arguments by analogy. You behave like me, I have a mind, so probably you do too. Or arguments from the best explanation. The best explanation of your behavior is that you have a mind. Wittgenstein's therapeutic approach is completely different. He asks, when does doubt about other minds actually arise in ordinary life? Answer, almost never. We might doubt whether someone is pretending to be in pain or whether they understand what we said. But we do not doubt whether they have minds at all. The doubt is artificial, generated by philosophical theorizing. Why does the doubt seem compelling in philosophy? Because we have a misleading picture of how psychological language works. We think of minds as inner private things that we infer from behavior. On this picture, the skeptical doubt makes sense. But look at how we actually learn and use psychological language. We do not learn pain by naming a private sensation. We learn it in contexts of crying, being comforted, explaining why we are limping. The language is embedded in responses to others, in treating others as minded beings. When we see someone in pain, we do not infer an inner state from outer signs. We see the pain in their face, their behavior. Pain is not hidden behind the behavior, it is expressed in the behavior. The skeptical problem arises from taking this expressive language and treating it as referential, as if pain names an inner object. Once we see how psychological language actually works, the problem dissolves. We do not need to solve skepticism with clever arguments. We need to recognize that the skeptical question is confused. This is philosophy as therapy. We diagnose the confusion, show how it arose from a misleading picture of language, and remind ourselves of how we actually use psychological words. The problem does not get solved, it disappears. Here is another example. The problem of free will. Traditional problem. If determinism is true, and every event has a cause, then human actions are caused by prior events outside our control. So we are not free and not morally responsible, but we feel free and hold people responsible. How can free will and determinism both be true? Philosophers propose elaborate theories. Compatibilism argues that freedom and determinism are compatible if we define freedom correctly. Libertarianism argues that determinism is false and humans have contracausal freedom. Hard determinism accepts determinism and rejects freedom. Wittgenstein would ask, when do we actually use the words free and responsible in ordinary life? We say someone acted freely when they were not coerced, not forced, not hypnotized, not under duress. We hold someone responsible when they knew what they were doing, intended the consequences, were capable of doing otherwise. Do we ever check whether their actions were determined by prior causes before judging them free or responsible? No. The question of metaphysical determinism simply does not arise in ordinary contexts of attributing freedom and responsibility. The philosophical problem arises when we take these ordinary words and ask whether they apply in a metaphysical sense to human beings in a deterministic universe. But this is taking the words out of their home language games and expecting them to function in a theoretical context where they have no established use. Philosophy as therapy would not solve the free will problem with a theory. It would show that the problem rests on confusion about how free and responsible actually function. Once we see this, we stop being tormented by the question. Now, let me show you the serious objections to this therapeutic conception of philosophy. First, is not Wittgenstein's therapeutic approach itself a philosophical theory? He claims meaning is use, rules are communal practices, philosophical problems are confusions. These seem like theoretical claims that go beyond mere description. Wittgenstein would deny this. He would say he is offering reminders, descriptions, ways of looking at things, not theories. But the line between description and theory is blurry. His descriptions seem loaded with philosophical commitments. Second, therapeutic philosophy seems unable to make progress. If every philosophical problem is just confusion, what is philosophy doing besides curing the same confusions over and over? Traditional philosophy makes progress by solving problems, discovering new truths, building better theories. Wittgensteinian philosophy just reminds us of what we already know. Where is the progress? Defenders argue that freedom from confusion is progress. Dissolving pseudo-problems is valuable, and Wittgenstein's detailed descriptions of how language works have illuminated much. But critics respond that this is too modest an ambition for philosophy. We want to know whether free will exists, whether God exists, whether morality is objective. Being told these are confused questions does not satisfy our desire for answers. Third, it is not clear that all philosophical problems are merely linguistic confusions. Some problems seem to be about reality, not just about language. Consider the problem of consciousness. Why does physical brain activity give rise to subjective experience? This does not seem like a confusion about how we use the word consciousness. It seems like a real gap in our understanding of nature. Wittgenstein might respond that we should be suspicious of this apparent gap. Maybe it arises from thinking of consciousness as a mysterious inner thing, rather than looking at how we use psychological language. But this response can seem evasive, refusing to engage with a genuine puzzle. Fourth, therapeutic philosophy seems conservative, unable to criticize existing practices. If philosophy just describes how we use language, it cannot evaluate whether we should use it differently. Feminist philosophers have argued that language embeds patriarchal assumptions. Critical race theorists argue that racial categories in language perpetuate injustice. These critiques require more than description of existing use. They require normative evaluation of which practices we should continue. Wittgenstein's approach seems to lack resources for such critique. If all we can do is describe practices, we cannot argue for changing them. Fifth, there is debate about whether Wittgenstein succeeded in being non-theoretical. Many interpreters argue that he did propose positive views, that meaning is use, that rules are social practices, that there are no private mental objects. These seem like substantive philosophical claims, not merely therapeutic dissolvings of confusion. So either Wittgenstein failed to be non-theoretical, or his interpreters have misunderstood him profoundly. Let me show you why this matters for contemporary philosophy. Much analytic philosophy continues in the traditional theory-building mode. Metaphysicians ask what exists, construct theories of modality, time, and causation. Epistemologists seek theories of knowledge and justification. Ethicists propose normative theories. These philosophers largely ignore Wittgenstein's therapeutic approach or see it as having failed. They think philosophical problems are real problems requiring theoretical solutions, not confusions requiring dissolution. But there is also a Wittgensteinian tradition that takes his therapeutic approach seriously. These philosophers focus on ordinary language, context sensitivity, and dissolving rather than solving problems. The divide is profound. It is not just disagreement about specific philosophical claims, but about what philosophy should be doing at all. My own assessment is nuanced. I think Wittgenstein was right that many philosophical problems arise from linguistic confusion and can be dissolved by attending to actual use. The examples I gave, other minds and free will, are cases where therapy helps more than theory. I also think philosophy needs to be more attentive to how language actually works in diverse contexts. The craving for simple general theories often distorts the phenomena. But I do not think all philosophical problems are merely linguistic confusions. Some questions about reality, morality, and consciousness seem to resist therapeutic dissolution. These require substantive theorizing, not just reminders of ordinary use. Moreover, even therapeutic philosophy needs to engage with first-order philosophical questions to show that they are confused. You cannot dismiss the problem of consciousness without understanding neuroscience, phenomenology, and the mind-body problem in detail. Therapy is not a shortcut around difficult philosophy. Wittgenstein's therapeutic approach is valuable as a method, a tool in the philosophical toolkit. But it should not be the only tool. Philosophy needs both dissolution and solution, both therapy and theory. This brings us to another domain where Wittgenstein's later philosophy had deep impact: his reflections on certainty and the foundations of knowledge. Part 7. On Certainty and Hinge Propositions, What We Cannot Doubt. In the last 18 months of his life, dying of cancer, Wittgenstein wrote a series of notes responding to G. E. Moore's attempts to refute skepticism. These notes, published posthumously as On Certainty, contain some of his deepest and most original ideas about knowledge and doubt. Moore had written papers with titles like Proof of an External World, where he argued that he could prove the external world exists by holding up his hands and saying, "Here is one hand, and here is another hand, therefore at least two external objects exist." Moore thought this refuted skeptics who doubt whether the external world exists. After all, he knew he had hands. Hands are external objects, so the external world exists. The proof seemed airtight. Most philosophers found Moore's proof unsatisfying, but struggled to articulate what was wrong with it. Wittgenstein saw the problem clearly. The problem was not that Moore was wrong to claim he knows he has hands. In ordinary contexts, it is perfectly correct to say, "I know I have hands." But Moore was using "I know" in a philosophical context as a response to skepticism, and in that context the claim is misplaced. Why? Because some propositions stand outside the knowledge game. They are not things we know, not because we are ignorant of them, but because they form the framework within which knowledge operates. Wittgenstein calls these hinge propositions or framework propositions. Consider the proposition, the earth has existed for many years. In ordinary life, we never question this. It is presupposed by everything we do. When we look at historical records, plan for the future, carbon date fossils, we presuppose the earth has existed for a long time. Could we doubt this? Could we say, I wonder whether the earth has existed for many years or only came into existence 5 minutes ago with the appearance of age? Technically, the 5-minute-old Earth hypothesis is logically possible. Nothing in our experience strictly contradicts it. All our memories and records could be implanted. But Wittgenstein argues this doubt is not a real doubt. It is an idle philosophical doubt that has no connection to how we actually think and act. The proposition that the earth has existed for many years is a hinge on which our system of beliefs turns. We cannot doubt it while maintaining the rest of our beliefs. These hinge propositions have a special status. They are not things we have evidence for in the usual sense. We do not believe the earth has existed for many years because of empirical investigation. Rather, empirical investigation presupposes this. It is part of the framework that makes empirical investigation possible. They are not things we can be said to know in the usual sense either. Knowledge requires the possibility of doubt, checking, verification. But we cannot check whether the earth has existed for many years without already presupposing it. They are not justified by evidence, but are the background against which evidence operates. They are the riverbed along which the river of thought flows. Wittgenstein gives many examples of hinge propositions. I have never been to the moon. In ordinary life, this is certain. But it is not based on memory, because I do not remember all the places I have not been. It is not based on inference from evidence. It is simply presupposed by my entire system of beliefs about the world and my place in it. My name is Ludwig Wittgenstein. Could I doubt this? What would it mean to doubt my own name? I would have to doubt almost everything about my identity, my relationships, my history. The doubt would undermine the very framework within which such doubts make sense. Material objects exist. Could I coherently doubt this? What would I be doubting? The very concepts of doubt, coherence, and existence presuppose a world of objects. Now, here is the crucial insight. What counts as a hinge proposition can shift. For medieval Europeans, the earth is flat might have been a hinge proposition, something so basic it formed part of their framework. But it later became something that could be doubted and investigated. It moved from the riverbed to the river. This does not mean hinge propositions are arbitrary or merely subjective. At any given time, for a given community, certain propositions must be fixed as hinges for the system of beliefs to function. But over time, with new evidence and new practices, some hinges can become movable and others can become fixed. This has profound implications for epistemology. Traditional epistemology seeks foundations for knowledge. Descartes wanted indubitable beliefs that could ground all other beliefs. Empiricists wanted basic sensory experiences that justify perceptual beliefs. The goal was to find a secure starting point and build knowledge up from there. But Wittgenstein's picture is completely different. There are no foundations in the traditional sense. Instead, there is a system of beliefs that includes both empirical claims that can be justified and hinge propositions that form the framework. Justification happens within the system, not from outside it. This is not relativism. We do not choose our hinges arbitrarily. They are shaped by our practices, our form of life, our interactions with the world. Someone with radically different hinges would not just have different beliefs, they would have a different form of life, one we might not be able to understand. Let me show you how this addresses skepticism. The skeptic says you cannot know the external world exists because you might be dreaming or deceived by an evil demon. All your experiences would be the same in the dream or deception scenario, so you cannot rule them out. Moore responds, "But I know I have hands, here they are," so skepticism is refuted. Both Moore and the skeptic are wrong, according to Wittgenstein. The skeptic is wrong because the doubt is not a real doubt. It is not connected to anything in our actual practices of inquiry and justification. We never actually doubt whether we are dreaming in any context where it matters. The skeptical scenario is constructed precisely to be impossible to rule out, which means it is idle, not a genuine challenge to knowledge. Moore is wrong because "I know I have hands" misunderstands what is at stake. The proposition that I have hands is a hinge, something that stands fast for me, something I do not doubt and do not need to know. Treating it as something known suggests I could doubt it and verify it, but I cannot and do not need to. The right response is to recognize that the skeptical challenge tries to make us doubt what we cannot doubt, without giving up our entire framework for making sense of the world. And that is not a legitimate challenge. It is a confusion about how doubt works. This is a genuinely novel response to skepticism. It neither solves the skeptical problem with arguments nor dismisses it as meaningless. It shows that the skeptical challenge misunderstands the role certain propositions play in our cognitive lives. Now, let me present the problems with this view. First, what exactly are hinge propositions? Are they beliefs? Wittgenstein sometimes says they are not beliefs, but the scaffolding on which beliefs rest. But they look like beliefs. They have propositional content. They can be true or false. If they are not beliefs, what are they? Second, how do we identify hinge propositions? Wittgenstein gives examples but no clear criterion. Is "I have never been on Mars" a hinge? Probably. Is "evolution by natural selection occurred" a hinge? Maybe for scientists, but not for creationists. This vagueness makes the concept hard to apply. Third, the view seems to make knowledge relative to frameworks. What counts as known depends on what counts as a hinge, and what counts as a hinge can differ across communities and change over time. Does this mean there is no objective truth, only framework relative truth? Wittgenstein would deny this. Hinge propositions are not true by convention or definition. They are objectively true or false. But we do not treat them as objects of knowledge because they form the framework for knowledge. But critics argue this is unstable. If hinges are true, and we are certain of them, why not say we know them? The distinction between hinges and knowledge seems artificial. Fourth, some philosophers worry that Wittgenstein's view makes science impossible. Science requires questioning fundamental assumptions, doubting what everyone takes for granted, investigating the framework itself. But if some propositions are undoubtable hinges, how can science question them? Defenders respond that science can turn hinges into objects of inquiry, moving them from the riverbed to the river. But this requires having other hinges in place. We cannot doubt everything at once. Fifth, there is debate about whether uncertainty represents a new direction in Wittgenstein's thought or a continuation of his earlier ideas. Some see hinge propositions as breaking from the philosophical investigation's focus on use and practice. Others see uncertainty as developing and deepening the same basic insights. Let me show you how these ideas apply to contemporary issues. Consider conspiracy theories. Flat Earth believers reject what most of us treat as a hinge, that the Earth is roughly spherical. How should we respond? We might try to provide evidence, photos from space, ships disappearing over the horizon, the physics of gravity. But flat earthers reject this evidence because they have a different framework with different hinges. They think photos are faked, observations are misinterpreted, physics is conspiratorial. Wittgenstein's view suggests there is no neutral ground from which to resolve this. We cannot argue from shared hinges because the hinges themselves are in dispute. At some point, we just have different forms of life, different ways of making sense of the world. This seems troubling. We want to say flat earthers are wrong, not just different. But Wittgenstein's framework makes it hard to say this without begging the question. Some defenders argue that forms of life are not isolated. Flat Earth belief conflicts with so much else that works in our lives, engineering, aviation, GPS, that choosing it requires giving up too much. It is not a viable form of life. But this pragmatic argument may not satisfy those who want to say there is an objective fact of the matter about Earth's shape, independent of what works pragmatically. Consider another application, disagreement about morality. Many moral disagreements trace back to different moral hinges. For some, human life is sacred, is a hinge, something that frames all moral thinking. For others, maximize well-being is the hinge. These different hinges lead to different moral conclusions about abortion, euthanasia, animal rights. Wittgenstein's view suggests we cannot resolve these disagreements by rational argument alone. At some point, justification ends, and we just have different moral frameworks. This seems relativistic, but Wittgenstein might respond that moral frameworks are not chosen arbitrarily. They are embedded in forms of life, shaped by history, culture, and human nature. Not anything goes, even if not everything can be rationally justified. My assessment of uncertainty is that it contains deep insights about the structure of knowledge and belief. Wittgenstein is right that not all beliefs have the same status. Some are more fundamental, more resistant to doubt, more constitutive of our conceptual framework. Traditional epistemology often flattens this structure, treating all beliefs as equally in need of justification. He is also right that skeptical doubts often fail to engage with how knowledge and doubt actually function in our lives. More's response was unsatisfying, but so was the skeptical challenge. However, I worry about the relativistic implications. If what counts as a hinge can shift and differ across communities, it becomes hard to criticize frameworks or resolve deep disagreements. Perhaps the solution is to recognize that while hinges are relatively stable and resistant to doubt, they are not absolutely fixed. They can be challenged, but only from within a framework that keeps other hinges fixed. Rational criticism of frameworks is possible, but difficult and partial. This brings us to a different domain of Wittgenstein's later work, his philosophy of mathematics, where his views became so controversial that some mathematicians dismissed him as confused or worse. Part 8. Wittgenstein on Mathematics, Invention or Discovery. Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics may be his most controversial work. Some of the greatest mathematicians and logicians of the 20th century, including Gödel and Turing, thought he was deeply confused about mathematics. Others think he saw something profound that mathematicians miss. At the heart of Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics is a shocking claim. Mathematical truths are not discoveries about abstract objects or necessary features of reality. They are inventions, grammatical rules we create for our language. Let me build up to this claim carefully, because it is so counterintuitive. Platonists about mathematics think numbers, sets, and mathematical structures exist independently of humans. When we discover that there are infinitely many prime numbers, we discover a truth about this abstract realm. Mathematics is like astronomy, uncovering facts about a domain that exists whether we think about it or not. This view seems natural. Mathematical truths feel necessary and objective. 2 + 2 = 4, not because we decide it does, but because it must. It seems to be a fact about reality that cannot be otherwise. But Wittgenstein argued this picture is deeply misleading. Consider how we actually use mathematical statements. When we say 2 + 2 = 4, what are we doing? We are not describing abstract objects. We are stating a rule for operating with the words 2, plus, and 4. Mathematical statements are grammatical rules that determine what counts as correct use of mathematical concepts. They tell us how to transform one expression into another. 2 + 2 = 4 means you can replace 2 + 2 with 4 in any calculation. In this way, mathematics is more like grammar than like empirical science. When we say 2 + 2 = 4, we are not making a claim about the world that could turn out to be false. We are establishing a norm for how to use these terms. Now, this sounds crazy. Surely 2 + 2 = 4 is not just a rule we made up. Surely it is necessarily true, couldn't be otherwise, describes objective mathematical reality. But Wittgenstein asks, what does it mean to say it could not be otherwise? Try to imagine 2 + 2 not equaling 4. What are you imagining? If you imagine putting 2 apples with 2 apples and getting 5 apples, you are not imagining a world where 2 + 2 = 5. You're imagining a world where apples spontaneously appear or where you miscounted. You're not imagining different mathematics, you're imagining different physics. This is because mathematics is not about the world, about how things are. It is about the norms we use to describe the world, the rules that structure our language. Consider another example. The statement, "You cannot have 1001 things and 999 things and end up with 1000 things." This seems necessarily true. But what makes it necessary? Not a fact about reality. Reality does not force our arithmetic on us. We could, in principle, adopt different rules. Imagine a culture that uses plus to mean R plus when both numbers are under 1,000, but something different for larger numbers. They would not be wrong, just using different mathematics. But surely some mathematical systems are more useful than others, more accurately describe the world. Yes, Wittgenstein would agree. Our standard mathematics is incredibly useful for describing and predicting physical phenomena. But usefulness is different from truth. Mathematics is not true or false, it is a tool, and tools are evaluated by how well they serve our purposes. This leads to Wittgenstein's most controversial claims about mathematical proof. Traditionally, we think of mathematical proofs as demonstrating that certain statements must be true, given the axioms and inference rules. We discover that a theorem follows necessarily from the axioms. But Wittgenstein argued that proofs do not discover anything. They create new concepts, new ways of looking at mathematical structures. When you prove a theorem, you establish a new grammatical rule, a new norm for using mathematical concepts. Before the proof of the infinitude of primes, there was no concept of the infinitude of primes. The proof did not discover that this concept applies to reality. It created the concept, showed us a new way to think about primes. This sounds even crazier than the earlier claims. Mathematicians will say the infinitude of primes was true before Euclid proved it. We just did not know it yet. The proof discovered a pre-existing mathematical fact. But Wittgenstein would respond, what does it mean to say something was true before we could state it, before we had the concepts to express it? Before we had the proof, we did not have a determinate question that the proof answers. The proof does not answer a pre-existing question. It shows us what the question is. Think of it this way. Before someone invented chess, was it true that bishops moved diagonally? In one sense, no, because chess did not exist. In another sense, once we define chess, it becomes true by definition that bishops move diagonally. But this truth is created by the rules, not discovered in some pre-existing realm of chess facts. Wittgenstein thought mathematics works like this. Mathematical truths are true by virtue of the rules we have adopted, the concepts we have created. They do not describe a pre-existing mathematical reality. Now, let me show you where this view led to famous conflicts with logicians and mathematicians. Gödel's incompleteness theorems proved that any consistent formal system strong enough to express arithmetic contains true statements that cannot be proved within the system. This seemed to show that mathematical truth transcends provability, that there are mathematical facts independent of our formal systems. But Wittgenstein was skeptical of Gödel's results. He thought they were being misinterpreted. When Gödel produces a statement that is true but unprovable, Wittgenstein asks, in what sense is it true? If truth in mathematics just means provability within our system, then calling something true but unprovable is incoherent. If the statement is not provable, in what sense do we understand it? In what sense does it have meaning? Gödel and most logicians found this response frustrating. They thought Wittgenstein was denying obvious mathematical facts because of his philosophical prejudices. The Gödel sentence is true because we can see that it says it is not provable, and we can verify that it is indeed not provable. So what it says is true. But Wittgenstein would respond that this reasoning already assumes mathematical statements can be true or false independent of proof, which is precisely what is in question. This disagreement reveals a fundamental divide. For Gödel and most mathematicians, mathematics discovers necessary truths about an objective realm. For Wittgenstein, mathematics creates norms and rules for our language. Alan Turing attended Wittgenstein's lectures on the foundations of mathematics in the late 1930s. The two clashed repeatedly. Turing defended the idea that contradictions in mathematics would be disastrous, that we need consistency to ensure mathematics applies reliably to reality. Wittgenstein responded provocatively. Why would a contradiction in pure mathematics be a disaster? We could just avoid using that part of mathematics. A contradiction does not cause bridges to fall down unless we actually use the contradictory mathematics in engineering. Turing thought this was absurd. If mathematics contains contradictions, we cannot trust any of it. From a contradiction, anything follows, so the whole system becomes useless. But Wittgenstein's point was deeper. He was challenging the assumption that mathematics is a unified system where consistency matters across all parts. Maybe mathematics is better seen as a collection of different calculi, different rule systems, some of which we use for certain purposes and others for different purposes. A contradiction in one calculus does not infect the others unless we connect them. Most mathematicians sided with Turing. They thought Wittgenstein was simply confused about the nature of mathematical reasoning. Let me present the main objections to Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics. First, it seems to deny mathematical realism in an implausible way. Mathematical truths really do seem objective and necessary. 2 + 2 = 4 is not a matter of human decision or linguistic convention. It is a necessary truth that could not be otherwise. Wittgenstein would respond that the feeling of necessity comes from the role mathematical statements play in our language, not from their describing necessary facts. We cannot easily imagine 2 + 2 not equaling 4, because it is deeply embedded in how we think and talk. But this is a fact about us, not about reality. But critics argue this conflates the source of our knowledge with its object. Even if we learn mathematics through social practices, mathematical truths might still be about an objective realm. Second, Wittgenstein's view struggles with mathematical applications. Mathematics is unreasonably effective at describing physical reality. Why would invented rules that we created for our language happen to predict and explain natural phenomena so accurately? Platonists have a good answer. Mathematics describes the abstract structure of reality, so of course it applies to concrete reality. Wittgenstein's answer is less clear. He might say we invent mathematics to be useful for our purposes, so it is not surprising it applies to the physical world. But this seems to underestimate how surprising mathematical applications can be. Pure mathematics developed for its own sake often turns out to be useful in physics decades or centuries later. Third, Wittgenstein's view seems to make mathematical disagreement impossible. If mathematics is just rules we adopt, then different people could adopt different rules and both be correct. But mathematicians do have genuine disagreements about whether proofs are correct, whether axioms should be accepted, whether certain mathematical objects exist. Wittgenstein might respond that disagreements are about which rules to adopt, not about mathematical facts, but this seems revisionary. Mathematicians think they are disagreeing about what is true, not just about which conventions to adopt. Fourth, Many philosophers argue that Wittgenstein's view cannot account for mathematical discovery. Mathematicians genuinely feel they discover theorems, that the theorems surprise them, that they learn something new. If mathematics is just inventing rules, why does it feel like discovery? Wittgenstein would say this feeling of discovery is real but misleading. When we prove a theorem, we create a new way of seeing mathematical structures, and this can feel like discovering something hidden. But we are really discovering implications of rules we have already adopted, which is different from discovering pre-existing facts. Fifth, Wittgenstein's scattered remarks on mathematical topics are often unclear and seem inconsistent. He never wrote a systematic treatment of philosophy of mathematics. This makes it hard to evaluate his views fairly. Different interpreters emphasize different passages and reach different conclusions about what he really thought. Despite these problems, Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics has influenced several important movements. Intuitionism in mathematics, developed by L.E.J. Brouwer, shares some of Wittgenstein's anti-Platonist instincts. Intuitionists think mathematical objects are mental constructions, not abstract entities. Mathematical truth is what we can construct or prove, not what holds in some independent realm. Formalism, the view that mathematics is just symbol manipulation according to rules, also has affinities with Wittgenstein, though he rejected crude formalism that ignores how mathematical concepts connect to applications. Contemporary philosophers of mathematics who emphasize mathematical practice, how mathematics is actually done by working mathematicians, often draw on Wittgenstein. They argue that focusing on the practice of mathematics reveals that mathematical activity is more diverse and less foundationally unified than traditional philosophy assumed. Let me give you my honest assessment of Wittgenstein on mathematics. I think he identified real problems with Platonism. The idea that mathematical truths describe an abstract realm that exists independently of human thought faces deep puzzles. How do we access this realm? How does it relate to physical reality? Why should abstract facts constrain what we can think or say? Wittgenstein's emphasis on mathematical practice, on how we actually learn and use mathematics, is valuable. It corrects the tendency to treat mathematics as pure abstract theory divorced from human activity. But I think he went too far in denying mathematical objectivity. There is something right about the intuition that mathematical truths are discovered, not invented. When Wiles proved Fermat's last theorem, he discovered something that was true all along, even if no one knew it. Perhaps the solution is a middle position. Mathematics is a human creation, but it is constrained by reality in ways that make mathematical discovery possible. We invent mathematical systems, but not all systems are equally coherent or useful, and discovering which systems work and what follows from their rules can genuinely surprise us. Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics remains controversial precisely because it challenges deep intuitions about mathematical truth. But even those who reject his conclusions can benefit from his questions about how mathematics relates to language, thought, and practice. This completes the first 8 parts of our deep exploration of Wittgenstein's philosophy. We have covered his early picture theory, the revolutionary turn to language games and meaning as use, the private language argument, rule-following paradoxes, philosophy as therapy, certainty and Hinge propositions, and mathematics. In the remaining parts, I will explore his views on mind and psychology, religion and ethics, the major critiques of his work, scholarly debates about interpretation, his massive influence across disciplines, and finally a synthesis of what we should keep and what we should reject from his philosophy. Part 9. Mind, Intention and Psychological Concepts against Inner Mental States. Most of us think of the mind as an inner realm, a private theatre where thoughts, feelings and sensations play out. We imagine intentions as mental events that cause actions, beliefs as inner states that represent the world, pains as private sensations only we can feel. Wittgenstein thought this entire picture was fundamentally confused, and his arguments against it revolutionized philosophy of mind in ways that are still being worked out today. Let me start with intention, because Wittgenstein's treatment of it shows his approach at its most radical. Traditional philosophy treats intentions as inner mental states that cause actions. When you raise your arm intentionally, there is supposedly a mental event, the intention to raise your arm, that causes the physical movement. The intention comes first, then the action. This seems obvious. We feel like we intend things, like we decide to act and then act. The causal story seems to capture our experience. But Wittgenstein asks, what is this intention supposed to be? Is it a feeling? Try to isolate the feeling of intending to raise your arm. Is there really a distinctive feeling, separate from the feeling of actually raising your arm, separate from desire, separate from attention? You might say the intention is a thought. I will raise my arm. But do you always have this thought before intentional actions? When you intentionally scratch your nose during a conversation, did you first think, I will scratch my nose? Probably not. The action was intentional, but there was no prior mental event. You might say the intention is there, even if unconscious. But now intention becomes a theoretical postulate, not something we observe. We are inventing an inner state to explain intentional action rather than describing what we actually find. Wittgenstein's alternative is to see intention not as an inner cause, but as a way of characterizing actions. When we say you raised your arm intentionally, we are not reporting an inner mental state that caused the raising. We are classifying the action in a certain way, distinguishing it from accidental arm-raising or involuntary arm-raising. How do we make this distinction? Not by introspecting for inner states, but by looking at context. Did you respond appropriately to questions about what you were doing? Could you stop if you wanted to? Did you have reasons? Was the action integrated into your broader activities? Intention is not something hidden inside that causes action. It shows itself in how the action fits into a pattern of behavior, in how the person responds to the action, in the role it plays in their life. Let me give you a concrete example that shows why this matters. Imagine someone asks, "Did you intentionally turn on the light, or was it an accident?" How do you answer? Do you introspect to find an intention feeling? No, you think about the circumstances. Were you reaching for the light switch or fumbling in the dark? Did you want light? Are you able to give reasons for turning it on? The question is not about a hidden mental state, but about how to classify your behavior. And sometimes the answer is unclear, not because you're unsure about your mental states, but because the behavior does not clearly fit either category. This approach extends to all mental concepts. Consider belief. We commonly think of beliefs as inner mental states that represent how the world is. I have a belief that Paris is in France stored somewhere in my mind, a mental representation with propositional content. But Wittgenstein asks, when do we attribute beliefs to someone? When their behavior, their assertions, their responses show a pattern. If someone books a flight to Paris expecting to arrive in France, speaks French when they arrive, is not surprised to see the Eiffel Tower, we say they believe Paris is in France. We do not attribute belief because we have detected an inner mental state. We attribute it because belief attribution makes sense of the person's actions and dispositions. Does this mean there are no mental states? No. Wittgenstein is not a behaviorist who reduces mind to behavior. He is saying that mental concepts get their meaning from the role they play in our practices of making sense of people, not from naming inner objects. The difference is subtle but important. Behaviorists say belief means certain patterns of behavior. Wittgenstein says belief is a concept we use to understand behavior, but it does not refer to behavior, nor does it refer to a hidden inner state. It is a tool for understanding persons, not a name for an entity. Now, let me show you why this view matters for the mind-body problem. The traditional mind-body problem asks, how does the mental relate to the physical? Are they two separate substances, as Descartes thought? Is mind just brain, as materialists claim? Is consciousness an emergent property of complex physical systems? These questions assume that mental and physical are two kinds of things or properties that need to be related. But Wittgenstein suggests the question is confused. Mental concepts and physical concepts belong to different language games. When we describe someone as in pain, we are not describing a physical state of their neurons, nor are we describing a non-physical mental substance. We are using psychological language that has its own grammar, its own patterns of use. The mind-body problem arises from thinking we need to reduce psychological language to physical language or to posit a separate mental realm. But these are not the only options. Psychological language is autonomous, it does its own work, answers to its own standards. This sounds like dualism, but it is not. Wittgenstein is not saying mind and body are two separate things. He is saying that talking about minds and talking about bodies are two different practices, and we should not expect or demand that one be reducible to the other. Consider an analogy. When we describe a chess move as brilliant or foolish, we are not describing the physical properties of moving wood or plastic, nor are we describing a non-physical realm of chess meanings. We are evaluating the move within the practice of chess. This evaluation language is autonomous, but it does not commit us to non-physical chess properties. Similarly, psychological language is autonomous, but does not commit us to non-physical mental substances. Now, many philosophers find this deeply unsatisfying. First objection: it avoids the real question. Consciousness seems to be a real phenomenon that needs explanation. Saying psychological language is autonomous does not explain how conscious experience arises from brain activity. Wittgenstein would respond that the demand for this kind of explanation is confused. Conscious experience is not a thing that arises from something else. It is the framework within which we understand human behavior. Asking how it arises is like asking how chess arises from moving pieces. It misconstrues what consciousness is. But this response seems to deny or ignore phenomenology, the felt quality of experience. When I see red, there is something it is like to see red, a qualitative character to the experience. This seems to be a real feature of reality that needs explanation, not just a way of talking. Second objection, this view cannot account for unconscious mental states. Freud showed that we have desires, beliefs and intentions we are not aware of. If psychological concepts are defined by their role in public practices, how can there be unconscious mental states that never show themselves in behavior? Wittgenstein was actually skeptical of Freudian psychology, though he thought Freud was a brilliant writer. He saw psychoanalysis as creating a mythology rather than discovering scientific facts. The unconscious is not a realm of hidden mental states, but a way of interpreting and making sense of behavior, slips, dreams. But many philosophers think unconscious mental states are real and scientifically established. Contemporary cognitive science posits unconscious computational processes, implicit memories, subliminal perceptions. Wittgenstein's approach seems unable to accommodate these. Third objection. The view makes mental causation mysterious. We explain actions by citing mental states. I went to the store because I wanted milk and believed the store had milk. These explanations seem causal. But if mental states are not inner states, what are these causal explanations referring to? Wittgenstein would say that citing reasons for action is not the same as citing causes. When we say, I went to the store because I wanted milk, we are not reporting a causal chain from desire to behavior. We are making the action intelligible by placing it in a rational context. Reasons, explanations, and causal explanations are different language games. Confusing them generates pseudo-problems about how mental states cause physical actions. But critics argue this is implausible. Surely beliefs and desires do cause behavior in some sense. They are not just ways of interpreting behavior, they are real states that bring behavior about. Fourth objection. Wittgenstein's view seems to deny first-person authority. I know my own thoughts and feelings in a special way. I do not infer that I am in pain from my behavior, I directly experience it. This first-person knowledge seems to require that mental states are genuine inner states. Wittgenstein addressed this explicitly. First-person psychological statements do have a special status, but not because they report inner states. When I say I am in pain, I am not reporting anything. I am expressing pain, manifesting it linguistically rather than through crying. This is why I am in pain is not based on observation or inference, but is immediate and certain. It is not a report, but an expression, like a groan, but more sophisticated. But this seems to make first-person statements non-cognitive, not really assertions of facts. Yet they seem to state facts about me. When I say I am in pain, I am surely saying something true or false about my condition. These objections show that Wittgenstein's philosophy of mind is deeply controversial, but it has also been deeply influential. It influenced Gilbert Ryle's concept of category mistakes. Ryle argued that mind-body problems arise from mistakenly treating mental concepts as if they belong to the same logical category as physical concepts, like asking how many miles per hour the university runs. It influenced Donald Davidson's anomalous monism, the view that mental events are physical events, but mental concepts cannot be reduced to physical concepts. It influenced Daniel Dennett's intentional stance, the view that we attribute beliefs and desires not because they name inner states, but because doing so helps us predict and explain behavior. It continues to influence debates about consciousness, qualia, and the explanatory gap. Let me show you a contemporary application: artificial intelligence and whether machines can think. Alan Turing proposed that if a machine can convince us it is thinking through conversation, we should say it thinks. This seems Wittgensteinian. Mental concepts are attributed based on behavior in language games, not on inner states. But critics like John Searle argue that behavior is not enough. The Chinese room shows that a system can manipulate symbols correctly without understanding, without genuine mental states. Wittgenstein would likely reject both Turing's and Searle's approaches. Turing treats thinking as something that can be tested by behavioral criteria, which Wittgenstein might accept. But Turing also suggests thinking is an inner process that behavior evidences, which Wittgenstein would reject. Searle assumes understanding is an inner qualitative state that either is or is not present, which Wittgenstein would also reject. Understanding is not an inner state, but a pattern of abilities exhibited in practices. On a Wittgensteinian view, whether machines think depends on whether they can participate in our language games and forms of life in the right ways. This is not just behavioral similarity, but integration into practices. A machine that passes the Turing test might or might not genuinely think, depending on how deeply it participates in human forms of life. This is neither behaviorism nor inner state theory, but something harder to articulate. Let me give you my honest assessment of Wittgenstein on mind and psychology. I think he was right that traditional philosophy of mind reifies mental states, treating them as inner objects when they are better understood as concepts we use to make sense of persons. He was right that much of philosophy of mind is confused about the grammar of psychological language, expecting it to work like language about physical objects when it functions very differently. He was right that first-person psychological statements have a special status that is not well captured by the report model. But I think he went too far in rejecting the idea that there are genuine mental states with causal powers. Conscious experience seems to be a real phenomenon, not just a way of talking, and contemporary neuroscience and cognitive science seem to vindicate some version of inner mental states, even if not exactly as traditional philosophy conceived them. Perhaps the solution is to accept Wittgenstein's critiques of how mental concepts function in our language, while allowing that there are also neurophysiological and computational facts about minds that science can investigate. Conceptual analysis and empirical investigation address different questions, both legitimate. This brings us to domains where Wittgenstein's approach has been even more controversial: religion, ethics, and aesthetics. Part 10. Religion, Ethics, and Aesthetics. Seeing the World Aright. Near the end of the Tractatus, Wittgenstein wrote something startling. We feel that even when all possible scientific questions have been answered, the problems of life remain completely untouched. He thought ethics, aesthetics, and religion address what is most important in life, but they lie beyond what language can say, not because they are meaningless, but because they are too meaningful for words. This view shaped how Wittgenstein approached value throughout his life. He never wrote systematically about ethics or religion, but scattered remarks reveal a distinctive and controversial approach. Let me start with ethics. In 1929, Wittgenstein gave a rare public lecture called A Lecture on Ethics. He said that ethics concerns what is absolutely valuable, what matters unconditionally rather than merely as a means to something else. He gave examples of ethical experiences, wondering at the existence of the world, feeling absolutely safe no matter what happens, feeling guilty about something one has done. But then he made a shocking claim. These ethical experiences cannot be captured in language. Any attempt to express them in words misses what makes them ethical. Why? Because language describes facts, and facts are contingent, could be otherwise. But ethical experiences involve a sense of absolute value, of something that transcends all facts. If I say murder is wrong, I seem to be stating a fact about murder. But what kind of fact? Not an empirical fact like murder causes death. That describes what happens, not why it matters ethically. Maybe it is a fact about a special realm of values. But Wittgenstein thought this was confused. There is no realm of ethical facts existing alongside natural facts. The ethical is not another domain of reality to be described. So ethical statements are, strictly speaking, nonsense. But Wittgenstein immediately added that this does not make ethics unimportant. Ethics is profoundly important precisely because it concerns what lies beyond facts, beyond what can be said. The ethical shows itself in how we live, in what we value, in how we see the world. But it cannot be stated in propositions. This view has obvious problems. If ethical statements are nonsense, how can we have ethical discussions? How can we reason about what is right or wrong? How can we resolve moral disagreements? Wittgenstein seemed to think we cannot, not through rational argument anyway. At some point, reasons run out and we just act. We just live according to our values. Ethical life is not based on theoretical principles, but on seeing the world in a certain way. In the Tractatus, he wrote, "Ethics and aesthetics are one and the same. Both concern how we see the world, how it appears to us, not facts about the world. The ethical person and the aesthetic person see the world sub specie aeternitatis, from the perspective of eternity, not caught up in contingent desires and fears." This is deeply influenced by Schopenhauer and Tolstoy. The idea is that ethical transformation is not a matter of following principles, but of changing how we see, achieving a contemplative distance from our immediate concerns. But this seems to make ethics ineffable and mysterious, unable to provide practical guidance. In his later work, Wittgenstein's approach to ethics changed somewhat, though he still resisted systematic ethical theory. He came to see ethical language as doing something in our lives rather than stating facts. When we say, "You should keep your promise," we are not describing an ethical property of promise-keeping. We are expressing commitment to a practice, exhorting others to act in certain ways, manifesting values embedded in our form of life. Ethical language is woven into practices of praising, blaming, teaching, justifying, apologizing. It makes sense within these practices, not as a description of an ethical realm. This is more promising than the Tractatus view. It gives ethical language a function without making it describe mysterious ethical facts. But it still faces the relativism worry. If ethical language just expresses the values of our form of life, can we criticize other forms of life? Can we say slavery is wrong even if a culture practices it? Wittgenstein never adequately addressed this. He seems to have thought that at some point justification ends and we just take certain ethical stances. But this seems to give up on the possibility of rational ethical criticism across cultures. Now let me turn to religion, which Wittgenstein thought about deeply throughout his life. Wittgenstein was not conventionally religious. He did not attend church regularly, did not believe in specific religious doctrines in any straightforward sense. But he was intensely concerned with religious questions and had something like a religious temperament. His approach to religious language parallels his approach to ethics. Religious statements cannot be understood as factual claims about reality. Consider God exists. Is this like electrons exist, a claim about what there is in reality? If so, it should be subject to empirical evidence. But religious believers do not treat God exists as an empirical hypothesis to be tested. Or consider God loves us. Is this describing God's emotional state? But God is supposed to be timeless, changeless. How could God have emotions? And how could we verify whether God loves us? Any evidence could be interpreted either way. Wittgenstein suggested that religious language operates differently from factual discourse. It is not making claims that are true or false, but expressing a way of seeing life, a framework for making sense of experience. When a believer says, "Whatever happens is God's will," they are not predicting what will happen or explaining why things happen. They are expressing an attitude toward whatever happens, a way of accepting and making sense of life's events. Religious language is like a picture we see life through, rather than a theory about reality. This interpretation, often called Wittgensteinian fideism, has been very influential but also very controversial. On this view, religious belief is not based on evidence or arguments. It is a matter of living within a religious form of life, seeing the world through religious concepts. You cannot argue someone into religious belief because religious language operates in its own language, game with its own standards. This protects religion from scientific criticism. If religion is not making factual claims, science cannot refute it. Evolution does not challenge religious belief because they are different language games. But it also seems to trivialize religion. If religious claims are not true or false, not about reality, what makes them more than just useful fictions? Why should we take them seriously? Religious believers typically think their beliefs are true, not just useful ways of seeing life. They think God really exists, really created the world, really loves us. Wittgensteinian fideism seems to deny this, making religion something less than what believers take it to be. Moreover, religions make claims that seem factual, that Jesus rose from the dead, that Muhammad received revelations, that the Buddha achieved enlightenment. These seem to be claims about what happened, not just ways of seeing. Defenders of Wittgensteinian approaches argue that even these apparent factual claims function differently in religious contexts than in ordinary historical discourse. When a Christian says, "Christ is risen," they are not just reporting a historical event, but expressing faith, committing to a way of life, participating in a religious practice. But critics respond that this is evasive. Either Christ rose or he did not. This is a factual question, and Christianity stands or falls on the answer. Let me show you a specific example of how Wittgenstein approached religious language. In Culture and Value, he discusses the Last Judgment. He says that someone who believes in the Last Judgment orders their life around this picture. They think about their actions differently, make choices differently, understand suffering differently. But it would be wrong to say they believe the Last Judgment will occur as a future event, in the way we might believe a storm is coming. The Last Judgment is not a prediction about the future, but a way of structuring one's whole life now. Someone who does not believe cannot be convinced by evidence because it is not an evidential matter. They would need to undergo a conversion, a change in how they see life, not just a change in what they believe about facts. This is insightful about how religious belief actually functions for many believers. But it still seems to avoid the question, will there be a last judgment or not? Believers seem to think there will be, not just that imagining one is a useful way to live. Now, let me turn briefly to aesthetics, which Wittgenstein thought was closely related to ethics. Wittgenstein wrote little on aesthetics, mostly notes from lectures. But his basic idea was that aesthetic judgments are not about properties objects have, but about how we see and respond to them. When we say a piece of music is beautiful, we are not describing an objective property called beauty. We are expressing our response, inviting others to share our way of hearing the music. Aesthetic disagreements cannot be resolved by pointing to features of the artwork, because what counts as a relevant feature depends on how we see the work. One person hears boldness where another hears crudeness. One sees elegance where another sees emptiness. The best aesthetic criticism does not argue that the work has certain properties, but helps us see the work in a new way, shows us aspects we had missed, connects it to other works and contexts. This approach has influenced aesthetic theory, but it faces familiar problems. It seems to make aesthetic judgments subjective or relative when they feel objective. Great art seems genuinely better than bad art, not just preferred by more people. Let me give you my critical assessment of Wittgenstein on value. On ethics, I think he was right that ethical language functions differently from factual description, and that attempting to reduce ethics to facts misses something important. Ethics involves commitment, response, practical engagement, not just belief about properties. But I think he was wrong to suggest ethics cannot involve rational argument and criticism. We can give reasons for ethical judgments, evaluate ethical principles, resolve some ethical disagreements rationally. Wittgenstein's view seems too skeptical about ethical reason. On religion, I think he identified something important about how religious language often functions. It expresses ways of life, not just factual beliefs. This helps explain why religious debates often talk past each other, treating religious claims as either scientific hypotheses or mere metaphors when they are neither. But I think religious claims do have factual content that cannot be dissolved into attitude or practice. Either God exists or does not. Either Christ rose or did not. These questions matter, and Wittgenstein's approach seems to evade them. On aesthetics, I think his emphasis on seeing and responding is valuable, but needs to be supplemented with more substantive aesthetic theory about why some ways of seeing are better than others. Overall, Wittgenstein's approach to value domains is frustratingly incomplete. He gestures at important insights, but never develops them fully, never adequately addresses the hard questions about objectivity, truth, and rational criticism. This brings us to a crucial part of any honest intellectual biography. Where did Wittgenstein go wrong? What are the strongest criticisms of his philosophy? Part 11. Major critiques and where Wittgenstein fails the honest assessment. Any philosopher who revolutionizes their field twice will face intense criticism. Wittgenstein is no exception. Let me present the most powerful criticisms honestly, without defensive hedging, then assess which ones succeed. First, the vagueness and unsystematic nature of his writing. Wittgenstein wrote in aphorisms, fragments, suggestive metaphors. The Philosophical Investigations is not a systematic treatise, but a series of remarks meant to be read and reread, assembled like pieces of a puzzle. This makes interpretation extraordinarily difficult. Scholars disagree profoundly about what Wittgenstein actually meant, even on basic issues. Was he a behaviourist about mind? No. Was he an anti-realist about meaning? Maybe. Did he think philosophical problems could be dissolved? Sometimes. The aphoristic style can seem profound, but also creates interpretive chaos. When every passage can be read multiple ways, how do we know what Wittgenstein really thought? Did he even have determinate views, or was he deliberately ambiguous? Compare this to Kant or Frege or Quine, philosophers who state their positions clearly and argue for them systematically. You might disagree with them, but you know what you are disagreeing with. With Wittgenstein, half the battle is figuring out what the view is. Defenders say the aphoristic style is essential to his method. He wanted to avoid stating theories because theories mislead. He wanted readers to see for themselves rather than accept conclusions on authority. But this defense is weak. A philosopher can avoid dogmatic theorizing while still being clearer about their position. Wittgenstein's obscurity often seems less like pedagogical method and more like confusion or evasion. Second, the conservative implications of his later philosophy. If philosophy just describes existing practices and language games without criticizing them, it becomes deeply conservative. It cannot challenge existing conceptual schemes, cannot call for reform, cannot say some practices are based on confusion or injustice. Consider oppressive social practices that are embedded in language. Racist or sexist language reflects and reinforces racism and sexism. We need to be able to criticize these practices, not just describe them. Or consider science challenging common sense. When quantum mechanics tells us that particles can be in multiple states at once, it is not just describing how we ordinarily talk about particles. It is making a claim about reality that contradicts ordinary language. Wittgenstein seems to lack resources for these kinds of criticism. His philosophy is too accepting of the ordinary, too suspicious of theoretical challenges to common sense. Defenders argue that Wittgenstein was not defending common sense, but describing the logical geography of concepts. He could criticize confusions while remaining neutral about factual questions. But in practice, Wittgenstein often seemed to use his method to dismiss theoretical claims, from Gödel's incompleteness theorems to Freud's unconscious to philosophical theories of knowledge. This pattern suggests a conservative bias. Third, the threat of relativism. If meaning is constituted by communal practices within forms of life, and forms of life are simply given, not rationally justified, then truth becomes relative to forms of life. Different communities with different practices would have different truths, and there would be no neutral ground to adjudicate between them. Wittgenstein denied he was a relativist. He thought he was describing how language works, not making claims about truth being relative. But the relativist implications keep emerging. On rule-following, correctness seems to reduce to communal agreement. On certainty, what counts as beyond doubt depends on one's framework. On religion, religious truth seems relative to religious forms of life. If Wittgenstein is not a relativist, he needed to explain how objectivity is possible given his views. He never did so satisfactorily. Fourth, the inadequacy of his account of meaning. Meaning is evocative but vague. What counts as the use of a word? Everything speakers do with it? The central cases? The dispositions to use it in various contexts? And use does not seem sufficient for meaning. Two words could have the same use in all actual cases, but differ in meaning because they would be used differently in counterfactual situations. Bachelor and unmarried man are used similarly, but seem to mean something slightly different. Moreover, meaning is compositional. The meaning of dog's bark depends on the meanings of dogs and bark, plus the way they are combined. But use does not seem compositional in the same way. We do not use sentences by combining uses of words. Contemporary semantics requires a more precise account of meaning than Wittgenstein provides, one that can explain compositionality, ambiguity, context sensitivity, propositional content. Wittgenstein's account points in the right direction, emphasizing practice over abstract meaning entities, but it is not developed enough to replace more precise semantic theories. Fifth, the problems with dissolving philosophy. Wittgenstein wanted to show that philosophical problems are confusions to be dissolved rather than real problems to be solved. But many philosophical problems resist dissolution. The problem of consciousness is a clear example. It is not just confusion about language that makes us wonder how physical processes give rise to subjective experience. There is a real explanatory gap here. The problem of free will, the problem of personal identity, the problem of induction, these do not seem like mere linguistic confusions. They point to genuine puzzles about reality. Wittgenstein's therapeutic approach works well for some philosophical puzzles, especially ones that arise from taking words out of context. But it does not work for all philosophy, and Wittgenstein's claim that it does is overreach. Sixth, the neglect of empirical findings. Wittgenstein was largely indifferent to empirical psychology, neuroscience, linguistics, and other sciences relevant to his philosophical concerns. He thought philosophy was purely conceptual, not empirical. But this now seems like a mistake. We have learned so much about language, mind, and cognition from empirical research. A philosophy of mind that ignores neuroscience, a philosophy of language that ignores linguistics, is cutting itself off from crucial evidence. The naturalistic turn in contemporary philosophy emphasizes continuous with science rather than separate from it. Wittgenstein's sharp distinction between conceptual and empirical seems outdated. Seventh, specific failures in technical areas. On mathematics, Wittgenstein's remarks often seem simply wrong to mathematicians. His skepticism about Gödel's theorems, his claims about contradictions, his views on mathematical proof strike many as confused or based on misunderstanding. On logic, Wittgenstein rejected aspects of classical logic and formal semantics that have proven incredibly fruitful. His alternative approaches have not produced comparable results. In philosophy of science, Wittgenstein had little to say about methodology, explanation, theory confirmation, issues that occupy much of contemporary philosophy of science. These are not minor gaps, but major limitations of his philosophy. Eighth, the cult of personality problem. Wittgenstein's teaching style and personality created devoted followers who treated his words as quasi-religious pronouncements. This hagiographic tendency has distorted interpretation and insulated his work from criticism. Students would record his lectures with reverence, debate what he really meant, treat his rhetorical questions as deep insights rather than pedagogical devices. This is not Wittgenstein's fault, but it has hindered clear-eyed assessment of his contributions and limitations. Ninth, the gender and diversity problem. Wittgenstein showed no awareness of how gender, race, class, and other social factors shape language and thought. His examples are almost always generic, his pronouns always masculine, his concerns those of privileged European intellectuals. Contemporary philosophy recognizes that language games and forms of life are not neutral, but reflect and reinforce power structures. Feminist philosophy, critical race theory, and disability studies have shown how conceptual analysis must attend to these dimensions. Wittgenstein's work provides no resources for this kind of critical analysis. In fact, his descriptive approach might seem to legitimize oppressive linguistic practices as just part of our form of life. Now, having presented these criticisms, let me assess which ones I find most damaging. The vagueness criticism has real force. Wittgenstein's aphoristic style makes interpretation difficult in ways that hinder productive philosophical discussion. While some obscurity may be inevitable when challenging deep assumptions, Wittgenstein often seems unnecessarily unclear. The conservative implications are serious, but not inevitable. Wittgensteinian methods can be used critically, not just descriptively. But Wittgenstein himself did tend toward conservatism, and this is a limitation. The relativism worry is the most damaging in my view. Wittgenstein never adequately explained how objectivity is possible if meaning and correctness depend on communal practices and forms of life. This is not a minor problem, but strikes at the foundation of his philosophy. The meaning account is underdeveloped but fixable. Wittgenstein pointed in productive directions that others have developed more rigorously. The dissolution project oversold itself, but achieved genuine successes. Some philosophical problems do dissolve under Wittgensteinian treatment. Others do not. Claiming all philosophy is confusion was hubris. The neglect of empirical findings is a real limitation, but understandable given when Wittgenstein worked. Integrating his insights with empirical research is now possible and necessary. The technical failures, especially on mathematics, are real but contained. Wittgenstein's contributions elsewhere remain valuable even if he was wrong about Gödel. The lack of attention to power and oppression is a serious gap that needs to be addressed by anyone working in Wittgensteinian traditions today. Overall, my assessment is this. Wittgenstein made profound contributions to philosophy of language, philosophy of mind, and epistemology. His emphasis on practice, context, and use revolutionized how we think about meaning. His therapeutic approach successfully dissolved some philosophical confusions. But he overreached in claiming to resolve all philosophical problems, never adequately addressed relativism, neglected empirical findings, and wrote in ways that hindered clear communication. His work is brilliant but incomplete, revolutionary but flawed. A mature appropriation of Wittgenstein must acknowledge both his insights and his limitations, taking what works and rejecting what does not. This requires moving beyond hagiography to critical engagement. This brings us to the intense scholarly debates about how to interpret Wittgenstein's work. Part 12. Scholarly debates. What did Wittgenstein actually mean? Few philosophers have generated as much interpretive controversy as Wittgenstein. Scholars do not just disagree about whether his views are correct, they disagree about what his views were. Let me walk you through the major interpretive divides, because understanding these debates is essential to understanding Wittgenstein's influence and legacy. The first major divide concerns the relationship between early and later Wittgenstein. Some interpreters, call them the discontinuity theorists, see the early and later Wittgenstein as fundamentally different thinkers. The Tractatus proposed a theory of how language pictures reality. The philosophical investigations rejected this entire approach and proposed a radically different understanding of language as use in social practices. The two periods are separated by a philosophical revolution in Wittgenstein's own thought. Reading them as continuous distorts both. Other interpreters, the continuity theorists, argue that underlying concerns remain constant. Both periods focus on the relationship between language, thought, and reality. Both are concerned with the limits of what can be said. Both employ a kind of therapeutic method, showing confusion rather than building theory. The differences are real, but represent development rather than revolution. Later, Wittgenstein extends and corrects early Wittgenstein, does not simply reject him. This debate matters because it shapes how we read specific passages. Is the picture theory completely abandoned or transformed into something subtler? Does the later emphasis on practice contradict or fulfill the earlier emphasis on logical form? The second major divide concerns whether Wittgenstein was a theorist or a quietist. Theoretical interpreters argue that Wittgenstein advanced substantive philosophical claims. Meaning is use, rules are communal practices, mental states are not inner objects, mathematics is invention, not discovery. These are theories that can be true or false, supported or challenged. On this reading, Wittgenstein's anti-theoretical rhetoric was overstated. In practice, he theorized like any philosopher. His theories are distinctive and important, and we should evaluate them on their merits. Quietist interpreters argue that Wittgenstein genuinely avoided theorizing. He offered descriptions and reminders, not theses. When he seems to make positive claims, he is showing us something about how language works, not stating a theory about it. The point is therapeutic, to free us from philosophical confusion, not to replace one theory with another. Any attempt to extract positive doctrines from Wittgenstein misunderstands his project. This divide affects how we apply Wittgenstein's work. If he was a theorist, we can test his theories against alternatives, see if they explain the phenomena better than competitors. If he was a quietist, we can only follow his methods, applying them to different problems. The third major divide concerns the private language argument. What is the argument supposed to show, and how does it work? Interpreters divide into at least three camps. The community view, advanced by Saul Kripke, holds that the private language argument is part of a general skeptical argument about rule-following. Meaning requires communal practices, so private language is impossible because there is no community to determine correctness. The criteria view holds that the argument shows mental concepts must have public behavioral criteria. We attribute mental states based on behavior, so genuinely private mental states are impossible. The nonsense view holds that the argument shows the very idea of private language is incoherent, not impossible, but nonsensical. The skeptic is not making a false claim, but a confused pseudo-claim. Each interpretation supports different views about philosophy of mind and language. The community view leads toward anti-individualism about meaning. The criteria view leads toward logical behaviorism. The nonsense view leads toward therapeutic quietism. And scholars hotly debate which interpretation fits Wittgenstein's text. All three camps can cite passages supporting their reading. The fourth major divide concerns whether Wittgenstein was a realist or anti-realist. Realist interpreters argue that Wittgenstein believed in objective truth, independent of human practices. Language games are ways of engaging with reality, not constituting it. When we say the Earth has existed for millions of years, we are making a claim about objective reality that is true regardless of human agreement. Anti-realist interpreters argue that Wittgenstein thought truth was internal to language games and forms of life. What counts as true depends on the practices and standards of a community. There is no perspective-independent truth, only truth relative to practices. This debate connects to the relativism worry discussed earlier. If Wittgenstein was an anti-realist, relativism is hard to avoid. If he was a realist, we need to explain how his emphasis on practices allows for objective truth. The fifth major divide concerns the relationship between showing and saying. In the Tractatus, Wittgenstein distinguished what can be said from what can only be shown. Logical form, ethical values, the mystical, can be shown but not said. Resolute interpreters, including Cora Diamond and James Conant, argue that this distinction itself collapses. There is nothing that can be shown but not said, nothing ineffable to be gestured at. The Tractatus is pure nonsense, a ladder to be thrown away completely. Traditional interpreters argue that Wittgenstein genuinely believed some things can be shown but not said. The book gestures at these ineffable truths, even though it cannot state them. This interpretive divide has major implications. Resolute readers see Wittgenstein as more radically skeptical, closer to nihilism about philosophical questions. Traditional readers see him as preserving the mystical and ethical in a protected, ineffable realm. The sixth major divide concerns whether Wittgenstein was essentially a philosopher of language, or whether language was a tool for addressing broader concerns. Some interpreters emphasize that Wittgenstein's entire philosophy centers on language. Understanding language is the key to understanding thought, reality, and traditional philosophical problems. Other interpreters argue that language was a means, not an end. Wittgenstein's real concerns were ethical and existential: how to live, what matters, the meaning of life. His philosophy of language served these deeper concerns. This affects how we understand Wittgenstein's importance and how we continue his project. Is the center of his work technical philosophy of language or something closer to existential philosophy? The seventh divide concerns method. Was Wittgenstein's method purely descriptive, or did it include conceptual analysis? Was it piecemeal, addressing specific confusions as they arise, or systematic, revealing deep patterns? Different interpreters describe his method as ordinary language philosophy, grammatical investigation, phenomenology, conceptual analysis, therapeutic practice, natural history of concepts, perspicuous representation. Each methodological description suggests different ways of continuing Wittgensteinian philosophy. The eighth divide concerns how Wittgenstein relates to other philosophical traditions. Some see him as fundamentally within analytic philosophy, a successor to Frege and Russell. Others see him as breaking from analytic philosophy towards something closer to continental philosophy. Still others see him as sui generis, not fitting into any tradition. This affects which philosophers we compare him to, which influences we emphasize, which successors we identify. Now, why do these interpretive debates persist so intensely? First, as mentioned, Wittgenstein's aphoristic style allows multiple readings. He rarely stated positions clearly, preferring questions, examples, and suggestive metaphors. Second, Wittgenstein's thinking evolved constantly, and he never prepared a final version of his later work. The Philosophical Investigations was published posthumously from manuscripts Wittgenstein was still revising. Uncertainty is even more fragmentary, consisting of notes from his last months. We do not have a finished, systematic presentation of his mature philosophy. We have working notes that could be arranged and interpreted in different ways. Third, Wittgenstein deliberately avoided certain kinds of philosophical clarity. He thought that stating positions too clearly would mislead, making philosophy seem like science when it is something different. Fourth, different readers approach Wittgenstein with different concerns and questions. Philosophers of language focus on his account of meaning. Philosophers of mind focus on psychological concepts. Ethicists focus on scattered remarks about value. Each finds different aspects salient. Fifth, Wittgenstein's work threatens many cherished philosophical assumptions. How we interpret him depends partly on which assumptions we are willing to give up. Conservative interpreters minimize the threat. Radical interpreters emphasize it. Let me give you my assessment of these interpretive debates. On continuity versus discontinuity, I see significant continuity in Wittgenstein's basic approach, always focused on the relationship between language and reality, always suspicious of theory, always therapeutic in orientation. But I also see a genuine revolution in content, from picture theory to use theory, from logical atomism to language games. On theorist versus quietist, I think Wittgenstein was genuinely trying to avoid theory, but did not entirely succeed. In practice, his descriptions function like theories and should be evaluated as such. But recognizing his anti-theoretical intent helps us avoid dogmatic readings. On the private language argument, I find Kripke's interpretation compelling as philosophy, but am not sure it is what Wittgenstein meant. The criteria view seems closer to Wittgenstein's text, but faces problems. This may be one case where what Wittgenstein actually thought is less important than what the argument establishes. On realism versus anti-realism, I think Wittgenstein wanted to avoid this debate entirely, showing it rests on confused assumptions. But his avoidance strategy does not clearly succeed, and the anti-realist reading is hard to escape, given his emphasis on practices. On showing versus saying, I lean toward traditional interpretation that Wittgenstein believed in ineffable truths, though I find the resolute reading philosophically more defensible. On whether language is central or instrumental, I think language is central to Wittgenstein's philosophical method, but served deeper ethical and existential concerns about how to live. On method, I see Wittgenstein as practicing a distinctive form of conceptual investigation that is therapeutic, descriptive, and aimed at dissolving confusions rather than building theories. On philosophical tradition, I see Wittgenstein as sui generis, not fitting comfortably in either analytic or continental traditions, but influencing both. The fact that interpretive disagreements persist is both a strength and a weakness of Wittgenstein's work. Strength because it shows the richness and depth that rewards repeated reading. Weakness because it hinders productive debate when we cannot agree on what we are debating. Perhaps the lesson is that Wittgenstein should not be treated as an authority to be correctly interpreted, but as a provocateur whose questions and methods we can use for our own purposes. The question is not, what did Wittgenstein really mean, but what can we learn from engaging with Wittgenstein's texts? This brings us to Wittgenstein's massive influence across disciplines, far beyond academic philosophy. Part 13. Legacy and Influence, from Artificial Intelligence to Anthropology. Few philosophers have influenced such a wide range of disciplines as Wittgenstein. His ideas spread from philosophy to psychology, linguistics, anthropology, artificial intelligence, legal theory, theology, literary criticism, and more. Let me show you how his influence manifested in different fields, why his ideas proved so useful across disciplines, and what this says about the nature of his contribution. In philosophy itself, Wittgenstein's influence has been enormous but divided. Ordinary language philosophy at Oxford, associated with Gilbert Ryle, J. L. Austin and P. F. Strawson, took up Wittgenstein's emphasis on actual linguistic usage. They analyzed philosophical problems by examining how words function in ordinary contexts, showing that puzzles often arise from misusing language. Austin's work on speech acts, showing how we do things with words, was deeply Wittgensteinian. Promising, warning, naming, declaring are not descriptions of reality, but performances, actions we accomplish through language. In philosophy of mind, Wittgenstein influenced both behaviorist and anti-behaviorist movements. Ryle's concept of category mistakes and his attack on the ghost in the machine drew on Wittgenstein. So did Dennett's intentional stance and functionalist theories of mind. In epistemology, Wittgenstein's uncertainty sparked debates about foundationalism, contextualism, and the structure of justification. His idea of hinge propositions influenced contemporary contextualists like Keith DeRose and anti-skeptical arguments from David Lewis. In philosophy of language, Wittgenstein's influence is pervasive even among those who reject his conclusions. The focus on use, context sensitivity, and speech acts shapes contemporary semantics and pragmatics. In ethics, Wittgenstein inspired non-cognitivists like Simon Blackburn and particularists like Jonathan Dancy. His anti-theoretical stance influenced virtue ethics and moral particularism, which reject universal moral principles in favor of context-sensitive judgment. But Wittgenstein's influence extends far beyond philosophy. In psychology, Wittgenstein's critique of introspectionism and mental inner states influenced the cognitive revolution. His emphasis on behavior and public criteria affected how psychologists thought about mental concepts. Jerome Bruner, one of the founders of cognitive psychology, drew on Wittgenstein in emphasizing how psychological development occurs through participation in cultural practices. While Lev Vygotsky died in 1934, before Wittgenstein's later work was published, modern scholars have noted interesting parallels between their theories of social interaction and language development. Contemporary developmental psychology studies how children acquire concepts through social interaction, exactly the process Wittgenstein emphasized. Studies of word learning, theory of mind development, and social cognition often implicitly adopt Wittgensteinian frameworks. In linguistics, Wittgenstein influenced pragmatics, the study of language use in context. While formal semanticists focus on sentence meanings abstracted from context, pragmaticists study how meaning emerges in actual communication, a distinctly Wittgensteinian concern. The idea that meaning cannot be fully captured by compositional semantic rules, but depends on context, speaker intention, and shared background, owes much to Wittgenstein. In anthropology, Wittgenstein's concepts of forms of life and language games proved influential. Clifford Geertz's thick description, analyzing cultural practices by understanding their meaning within a cultural context, is Wittgensteinian in spirit. Peter Winch's The Idea of a Social Science explicitly applied Wittgenstein to anthropology, arguing that understanding other cultures requires understanding their concepts from within, not imposing our own categories. This led to debates about relativism and whether anthropologists can criticize other cultures. If each culture is a distinct form of life with its own language games, can we say some practices are objectively wrong? Or must we accept all cultures as equally valid within their own terms? Anthropologists still debate these questions, with Wittgensteinian ideas on both sides. In artificial intelligence and computer science, Wittgenstein's influence has been complex. Early AI researchers largely ignored Wittgenstein, focusing on formal logic and computational models. But as AI matured, researchers confronted problems that Wittgenstein had identified. How do systems acquire meaning? How do they handle context sensitivity? How do they understand ambiguous language? Terry Winograd's work on natural language understanding in the 1970s drew explicitly on Wittgenstein, emphasizing that language understanding requires situated action in contexts, not just symbol manipulation. The frame problem in AI How systems know what is relevant in a given context is related to Wittgenstein's concerns about how rules determine application. Solutions often involve embedded knowledge about forms of life and practices, very Wittgensteinian ideas. Contemporary debates about whether large language models truly understand language or just manipulate symbols connect to Wittgensteinian questions. If understanding is use in practices, and AI systems use language successfully in many contexts, do they understand? Or is human form of life essential to genuine understanding? In legal theory, Wittgenstein influenced debates about legal interpretation and rule following. HLA. Hart's concept of the open texture of law, the idea that legal rules cannot fully determine their application to all cases, is Wittgensteinian. Rules require interpretation, and interpretation is shaped by practices and purposes. Ronald Dworkin's interpretivist theory of law, emphasizing that legal interpretation involves constructive interpretation, making practices the best they can be, has Wittgensteinian elements, though Dworkin rejected Wittgensteinian relativism. Critical legal studies drew on Wittgenstein to argue that legal reasoning is radically indeterminate, that rules do not constrain judicial decisions in the way legal formalists claim. In theology and religious studies, Wittgensteinian fideism became a major movement. D. Z. Phillips developed a Wittgensteinian approach to philosophy of religion, arguing that religious language must be understood within religious forms of life, not judged by external standards of rationality or evidence. Religious belief is not a hypothesis about supernatural entities, but a way of life, a framework for making sense of existence. Asking whether God exists in the same sense we ask whether electrons exist misunderstands religious language. This approach protected religion from scientific criticism, but also seemed to trivialize it, making religious claims non-factual. Debates continue about whether this interpretation honors or betrays religious commitment. In literary criticism and aesthetics, Wittgenstein influenced reader response theory and anti-foundational approaches. Stanley Cavell applied Wittgensteinian ideas to literature, Shakespeare, and film, showing how works of art can be philosophically significant by presenting forms of life and ways of seeing. The idea that aesthetic judgment cannot be grounded in objective principles, but involves training perception and sensibility, is Wittgensteinian. In mathematics education, Wittgenstein's ideas influence constructivist approaches. If mathematical understanding is not grasping abstract entities but mastering practices, then mathematics education should focus on doing mathematics, engaging in mathematical practices, not just memorizing definitions and proofs. In political philosophy, Wittgenstein's influence is more indirect but present. His emphasis on forms of life and communal practices influenced communitarian critiques of liberal individualism. The idea that individuals are constituted by their communities, that practices are prior to individuals, connects to Wittgensteinian themes. In psychiatry and psychoanalysis, reactions to Wittgenstein varied. He was skeptical of Freudian theory, seeing it as mythology rather than science, but he found Freud's specific observations about dreams and slips fascinating. R.D. Laing and other anti-psychiatry thinkers drew on Wittgenstein to critique psychiatric medicalization of human problems, emphasizing that psychological concepts are not medical but moral and social. But mainstream psychiatry largely ignored or rejected Wittgensteinian approaches, seeing them as unhelpful for clinical practice. In sociology, ethnomethodology, founded by Harold Garfinkel, was influenced by Wittgenstein's emphasis on understanding social practices from within, on how people accomplish social order through their everyday activities. Now, why did Wittgenstein prove so influential across such diverse fields? First, his emphasis on practice over theory appealed to disciplines concerned with actual human activities rather than abstract theorizing. Anthropologists studying cultures, psychologists studying development, lawyers interpreting statutes all deal with practices and needed conceptual tools for analyzing them. Second, his anti-foundationalism fit the postmodern mood of late 20th century thought. Many disciplines were moving away from seeking universal foundations and toward recognizing diversity, context sensitivity, and cultural specificity. Third, his aphoristic style allowed productive misreading. Scholars could extract ideas and apply them in ways Wittgenstein might not have intended, but that proved useful. Fourth, his therapeutic approach offered alternatives to theoretical impasses. When disciplines faced seemingly intractable debates, Wittgensteinian dissolution of the problem sometimes opened new paths. But Wittgenstein's influence also brought problems. In some fields, Wittgensteinian ideas were used to justify relativism and anti-realism that hindered progress. If every culture, every discipline, every practice has its own standards with no external adjudication, criticism and reform become difficult. In other fields, Wittgenstein was invoked as an authority rather than engaged as a resource. Saying, as Wittgenstein showed, became a way to end debate rather than advance it. The cult of Wittgenstein in some circles led to obscurantism, with followers imitating his aphoristic style without his depth, using Wittgensteinian jargon without real understanding. Looking forward, what aspects of Wittgenstein's legacy are most likely to endure? His emphasis on meaning as use, on the importance of context, on understanding practices, these are permanent contributions that shape how we think about language and mind. His therapeutic method, showing that some problems dissolve under examination, remains valuable even if not all philosophy is therapy. His resistance to reductionism, his insistence that different domains may require different approaches rather than unified theory, continues to influence anti-foundational movements. His specific doctrines, the picture theory, the private language argument, rule-following paradoxes, these will continue to be debated, refined, and in some cases rejected. But the questions they raise will remain central. Perhaps most importantly, Wittgenstein modelled a way of doing philosophy that is exploratory rather than dogmatic, attentive to detail rather than seeking grand theories, therapeutic rather than systematic. This style of philosophy has permanently enriched the discipline. This brings us to the final synthesis. What should we take from Wittgenstein, and what should we leave behind? Part 14. Conclusion and Synthesis. What we keep, what we reject. We have journeyed through the complete arc of Wittgenstein's philosophy, from his early picture theory through his revolutionary later work to his influence across disciplines. Now we must face the ultimate question. What does Wittgenstein's philosophy, taken whole, teach us? Let me begin with what we should keep, the enduring contributions that should shape philosophy going forward. First, keep the insight that language and thought are deeply interconnected with practice. Meaning is not a matter of correspondence to abstract entities or inner mental contents, but emerges from how we use words in social contexts. This does not mean we must accept that meaning is nothing but use. But it means any adequate theory of meaning must explain how linguistic practices give rise to and constrain meaning. Contemporary semantics and pragmatics are richer for taking this insight seriously. We now understand that context, speaker intentions, shared background knowledge all contribute to meaning in ways that cannot be captured by formal semantics alone. Second, keep the therapeutic method for certain kinds of philosophical problems. Some confusions do arise from misunderstanding how language works, and careful attention to actual usage can dissolve these confusions. Not all philosophical problems yield to this treatment, but many do, and the therapeutic method is a permanent addition to the philosophical toolkit. When facing a philosophical puzzle, it is worth asking, does this problem arise from taking words out of their ordinary contexts? Am I looking for something hidden when everything I need is already visible? Am I imposing a misleading picture on the phenomena? Third, keep the emphasis on describing rather than theorizing in certain domains. Not all philosophical work requires building theories. Sometimes careful description of how we think and talk reveals more than abstract theorizing. This is especially true in philosophy of mind and language, where our subject matter is familiar from everyday life. We already know how to use psychological language, how to attribute mental states, how to assess reasons. Philosophy should make explicit what we implicitly know, rather than always seeking to replace common sense with theory. Fourth, keep the recognition that different domains may require different approaches. Wittgenstein's anti-reductionism, his resistance to unified science and unified theory, captures something important about the diversity of human practices and inquiries. Ethics may not reduce to facts about well-being. Aesthetic judgment may not reduce to detecting objective properties. Religious language may not be straightforward factual claims. Each domain may have its own logic, its own standards, its own way of making sense. This pluralism is valuable, even if it creates challenges for systematic philosophy. Fifth, keep the critique of Cartesian pictures of mind. The idea that mental states are inner objects to which we have privileged access, that meaning consists in grasping mental contents, that understanding involves inner mental processes, these pictures have been productively challenged by Wittgenstein. Contemporary philosophy of mind and cognitive science are better for moving beyond these pictures, even when they do not fully embrace Wittgenstein's positive views. Sixth, keep the idea that some propositions function as framework or hinge propositions rather than empirical hypotheses. The structure of knowledge is more complex than traditional foundationalism recognized. We do not build knowledge from indubitable foundations. We have systems of beliefs where some beliefs are more central and resistant to doubt because they make other beliefs and practices possible. This insight from uncertainty has permanently enriched epistemology. Seventh, keep the attention to detail, to specific examples, to the messy complexity of actual linguistic practice. Wittgenstein showed that philosophy cannot proceed purely through abstract reasoning about ideal cases. We must attend to how things actually work in all their variety and context sensitivity. Eighth, keep the anti-dogmatism, the willingness to question deep assumptions, the intellectual humility to admit when we are confused rather than pretending to have answers. Wittgenstein's philosophical temperament, his relentless self-criticism, his refusal of easy answers. These are virtues every philosopher should cultivate. Now, what should we reject or modify? First, reject or at least substantially modify the claim that all philosophical problems are linguistic confusions. Some philosophical problems are genuine puzzles about reality that require theoretical solutions, not therapeutic dissolution. The problem of consciousness, the nature of causation, the foundations of mathematics, questions about free will and determinism. These raise real issues that cannot simply be dissolved by clarifying language. Philosophy should include both therapy and theory, both dissolution and solution. Second, reject the excessive suspicion of scientific methods in philosophy. Wittgenstein's sharp distinction between conceptual and empirical inquiry is too rigid. Philosophy should be informed by empirical findings from psychology, neuroscience, linguistics, physics, wherever relevant. Philosophical naturalism, the idea that philosophy is continuous with science, captures something important that Wittgenstein missed. This does not mean philosophy reduces to science. Conceptual analysis remains important, but it should be informed by and responsive to empirical discoveries. Third, reject or substantially modify the apparent relativism in Wittgenstein's later work. While meaning may be practice-dependent and forms of life may vary, this does not make truth relative. We need an account that preserves Wittgenstein's insights about practice while maintaining that some beliefs are objectively true and others objectively false, that we can rationally criticize our own and other practices, that cross-cultural evaluation is possible. This is a difficult balance to strike, but it is necessary. Pure descriptivism that cannot criticize is too conservative. We need resources for rational reform of practices, not just description of them. Fourth, reject the aphoristic style as the only or best way to do philosophy. Wittgenstein's fragmentary writing served his purposes but makes communication and critical evaluation difficult. Philosophy benefits from clarity, systematic presentation, explicit argumentation. We can learn from Wittgenstein's questions and methods while presenting our ideas more clearly than he did. Fifth, substantially modify the view that mathematics is pure invention without objective constraints. While Wittgenstein was right that mathematics is not discovery of abstract objects in a Platonic realm, his conventionalism goes too far. Mathematical truth seems more objective than pure convention. We need an account that explains this objectivity without positing mysterious abstract entities. Perhaps mathematics is constrained by structural features of reality, even if mathematical objects do not independently exist. Sixth, add explicit attention to power, oppression, and social justice that Wittgenstein neglected. Language games and forms of life are not neutral, but reflect and reinforce social hierarchies. A mature Wittgensteinian approach must recognize how language marginalizes some groups, how practices can be oppressive, how conceptual analysis can serve liberation rather than just description. Seventh, supplement Wittgenstein's focus on ordinary language with attention to specialized discourses, science, law, technology. While ordinary language is important, technical languages are not mere corruptions of it. They serve distinctive purposes and deserve analysis on their own terms. Eighth, develop more systematic accounts of concepts Wittgenstein introduced but left vague. Language games, forms of life, family resemblance, Hinge propositions. These are valuable ideas that need more precision to be fully useful. Now, how do we integrate what we keep with rejections and modifications? The key is to see Wittgenstein as having made crucial contributions without having provided a complete philosophy. He identified real problems with traditional approaches and pointed toward better alternatives, but his alternatives were sketches, not finished theories. A mature appropriation of Wittgenstein takes his insights as starting points, not end points. We build on his emphasis on practice while developing more systematic accounts of how practices relate to truth and objectivity. We use his therapeutic methods where appropriate while maintaining that not all philosophy is therapy. We appreciate his attention to detail and context while also seeking general patterns and explanations. This means moving beyond both uncritical discipleship and wholesale rejection. Wittgenstein revolutionized philosophy, but he did not end it. He opened new paths that we must continue to explore, modify, and develop. Let me end with what I see as Wittgenstein's most profound and lasting contribution, one that transcends specific doctrines. Wittgenstein showed us that philosophy's central task is achieving clarity about how we think and talk, about the concepts that structure our understanding. Not seeking hidden truths behind appearances, not building grand metaphysical systems, but making explicit what is implicit in our practices. This conception of philosophy as clarification, as working to understand what is already before us rather than discovering new facts, this is genuinely revolutionary. It means philosophy cannot be done from an armchair completely divorced from how people actually think and talk. It requires careful attention to language in action, to concepts in use. But it also means philosophy has a distinctive role that science cannot replace. Science tells us facts about the world. Philosophy helps us understand the concepts we use to make sense of those facts, the frameworks within which scientific and ordinary thought operates. This is not therapy versus theory, but a different kind of theory. Conceptual theory rather than empirical theory, understanding rather than explanation. Wittgenstein teaches us that this kind of understanding is achievable through careful attention to how we actually use language and concepts. Not through introspection of abstract meanings, but through examining concrete cases, noticing patterns, seeing connections, marking distinctions. And he teaches us that achieving this understanding often requires unlearning, setting aside misleading pictures and preconceptions that prevent us from seeing what is obvious. Philosophy on this conception is perpetually difficult not because the truths are hidden, but because we are perpetually tempted by misleading pictures that obscure what is obvious. The difficulty is in ourselves, in our craving for generality, our desire for hidden depths, our tendency to impose pictures on phenomena rather than attending to the phenomena themselves. This is why philosophy never ends. Each generation must do the work again, must fight the bewitchment of intelligence by means of language, must work to see clearly what everyone already knows but tends to forget. Wittgenstein gave us tools for this perpetual work. The emphasis on use, the therapeutic method, the attention to detail, the suspicion of theory, the recognition of diversity. Whether we agree with all his specific claims or not, these tools have permanently enriched philosophy. So here is my final assessment. Wittgenstein was a revolutionary philosopher whose insights fundamentally changed how we think about language, mind, and philosophy itself. But he was not infallible, not beyond criticism, not the end of philosophy. He was a brilliant diagnostician of philosophical confusion who sometimes went too far in dismissing genuine problems. He was a profound observer of linguistic practice who sometimes neglected the role of theory and science. He was an anti-dogmatic questioner who inspired dogmatic followers. The right response to Wittgenstein is neither worship nor dismissal, but critical engagement. Take what works, reject what does not, develop what is promising, address what is neglected. This is what Wittgenstein would have wanted. He did not want disciples who repeated his words, but thinkers who used his methods for their own investigations. He did not want his work to be the end of philosophy, but a tool for continuing it better. In the end, Wittgenstein's greatest gift to philosophy may be the questions he asked rather than the answers he gave. How does language work? How do we acquire and use concepts? What role do practices play in meaning and thought? When are philosophical problems genuine and when are they confusions? How can we achieve clarity about what we already know? These questions remain urgent and fruitful. They will occupy philosophers for generations to come. And in pursuing them, whether we agree with Wittgenstein's answers or not, we extend his legacy and honour his memory. Ludwig Wittgenstein was a philosopher who changed everything twice. Once by proposing that language pictures reality in determinate ways, and that philosophy's job is showing the limits of what can be said, and again by showing that language is used in diverse practices, and that philosophy's job is dissolving confusions about how language works. Neither revolution was complete or perfect. Both contain profound insights and serious limitations. Together, they constitute one of the most important philosophical contributions of the 20th century. The challenge for us now is to build on what he achieved while moving beyond what he got wrong, to use his methods while avoiding his mistakes, to appreciate his genius while maintaining critical distance. That is how philosophy progresses. Not by replacing old errors with new certainties, but by continually working to see more clearly, to understand more deeply, to think more carefully. Wittgenstein showed us new ways to do this work. The work continues.